make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself. Make a life for myself.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club Championships, round number 8. Hello, everybody. Hello to everybody on Facebook. We're live once again on Facebook, so yeah, feel free to check out the YouTube channel for comments, or if you need to leave any sort of support throughout today's event. It's easier to see all the YouTube comments, but yes, we're back live multi-streaming on YouTube and on Facebook once again. So we're covering the circuit once again with 3 different camera angles. One of them's deciding not to currently show, but yes, we are covering the track with 3 different camera angles. Let's quickly do some more live editing on this one. Oh, that's not what you want to see. Well, that's what you want to see. Hey, there we go. There is there is the Billies and the S's. And then we got this top corner here as well, which, as always, I can zoom in and out of each different one. So let me just quickly sort some other bits out as well. But hello to everybody that is watching here live today. So practice on at the minute. And we'll quickly just do some last minute checks here on my side. And we'll get the stream underway. So there we go, ladies and gents. Some quick camera changes there as we get ready for today. So there's lots to happen today. There's so much going on, and the return of Interax. I am so excited. Some awesome prizes up for Interax as well this weekend. There's been some posts online all about it. And that is viewable on the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website, and also available on their Facebook too. That's www.claypigeonkartclub.com. I'll get all of the prizes up for you just now, actually, whilst we are speaking of it. So let's go through. So it's on their latest news posts. The program is also available online as well. Internet a bit on the slower side this morning. So for Interax, with the prizes that they got available this weekend, so we got a set of Mojo C2 tyres. That is the class tyre for Interax. First place gets that one. Second place gets a kart cover, and then third position gets a surprise. That one to be announced a bit later on today. But still some good prizes up for grabs for Interax, as they weren't here for the Rotax Festival, so the Kart Club has got them for round 8 instead, so the prize is still up for grabs. Interax has not been forgotten about, that is for sure. So as always, covered by the cameras here at Clay, we better get through some of the bits of today and go through all the few things. First of all, probably want to know who I am. Well, regular viewers do know who I am, but those that are viewing for the first time or don't remember, my name's Alex. I'm going to be a commentator here for the next 6 or 7 hours. My socials is on the bottom if you do want to check them out. Most people don't, but there we go. Right then, let's get for the program then for round number 8 then, and let's get through what we have here today. So the running order is as follows. We've got the Rotax cadets, followed by the Honda cadets, which are currently out at the moment. Then is Junior Rotax, Interax, yes, you read correctly, and then Senior Rotax. Good to see Interax back out again. So the practice today, they get 2 5-minute sessions. This is the same as last month. 3 heats as per usual, which are 8 minutes plus a lap. And then the finals, which are 14 minutes plus a lap. Once again, we are really stretching out some of these finals. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for round number 8. No, we're not finishing the live stream. That's just a program of events finished. So let's check out the weather for today. That's one of the more important things of this weekend. Which seems like a lot of my overlays are broke recently. That one's not scaling correctly either. But there we go, 16 degrees. It's a lot cooler today. I am wearing a jumper. Because that's how cool it is today. So as we go on through, let's give you track cam for the first time today. And practice 2 underway, as you can see. So Alpha have updated their overlays ever so slightly. So the overlays will be slightly different. As you can see here, you can see who's first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth, which is a lot easier to see for all of you. The gaps, and then obviously all of the different changes. So they've actually they reverted a lot of changes that they made. The position changes were on the far right of the screen. They now changed it back to how it used to be on the far left. But yeah, as you can see also, first, second, and third do occasionally show up the different colours for those positions. So there's the, not race results, but you can see some of the alpha changes there. You see everything's on the left instead of the right hand side. Looks a bit cleaner, to be fair. So let's see if we can get a couple of names out from the start of this one. See if we do recognise a couple of people. Sammy Churchill's a new driver, I believe. Max Chow, Max Lovell, a couple of drivers we also remember. Back once again. Aidan Clark's there. Jarek Metters is out there once again. Eve Allen back out. So it's rather wet up here at Clay today. Damp conditions. So everyone's on wets at the minute by the looks of it, as some spots are slowly drying up. So for a little while we shall leave you with this. We're going to take a quick stream break, or say stream break, commentary break, and you guys can watch all the karts going round. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Those that just joined us, welcome if you're live here, live watching here on Facebook or on YouTube. Once again, testing out the multi-streaming stuff available to us here. It's a bit of a cloudy day here at Clay, but that's not going to stop us because we have Interax returning to Clay. We have a grid of 11 today out there, which is absolutely amazing. Some great prizes up for grabs for the Interax class, as well as they were not here for the Rotax Festival. Kart Club kept the prizes behind, and that is why we have a great return for Interax. So absolutely great. Let's see what sort of racing we get from these 11 drivers. Some tyres, kart cover, and a surprise up for grabs. And we will see that a bit later on the trophy presentation, which will be held in the cafe here at Clay Pigeon. So you'll notice there's a few stream changes for those that are regular viewers of ours. Alpha Timing have updated the overlays, basically Alpha Timing in general, which I could make the thing to not take as much room, which ain't actually a bad shout. But lots of great stuff up for grabs here. As everything updates slowly but surely. So some close times up there today. 42.97 being the fastest at the moment by Marley Fisher. But yeah, lots of stuff ready to go here at Clay. Plenty of time on the clocks for a lot of people. It's going to be interesting to see what we get today, being the mixed conditions. I don't know if it's planning to rain here at all today. That could be, well, definitely will be a big factor, as my weather app just says, survey says, and we are due forecasted rain. Ugh. Ooh, that's going to make stuff interesting. Hopefully the cameras will be alright, just peeking outside slightly. If not, there might be an emergency camera movement popped up as we go along today. Does look a little dark there. It's actually not as dark as it looks. The cameras will enhance it a little bit differently due to like the camera sensors and bits and bobs. So it's not as dark as and miserable as it actually looks here on screen. But yeah, it's a bit doom and gloom in that sense. I think this camera makes it look a little bit nicer. It's not as miserable. Recognizing the name in the chat. Does that mean Alan Mills is watching? Bit of a silly question, really. Of course he's watching. He may be. That means yes. He's watching. Right then, a couple more practice sessions left to go. When I say a couple, I mean one. One more session left to go. And then we can get into a lot more of the stuff here at Clay. Whoever's on post 6 is sorting out the tile wall. So a lot of familiar names coming out onto the screens now for you for the senior Rotax second practice. Oh, I love you, Alan. Jeez. He is watching. He says, "Make sure everyone is doing their job correctly, or you'll be on the phone." Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Spying on everyone. Just watching everybody trek carefully around Clay. Just sorting stuff in the background. All I could hear was just someone absolutely break. It sounded like they slammed their chassis right on the curb. It sounded awful. Right, still somewhat fixing the overlays. It's going to be one of those work in progress things once again. Courtesy of Alpha Timing. So, not all of the seniors might not be out here. There is a 177 in here. There's the 83 of Chris Jones. A couple of drivers have gone in the pits to hold off from the rest of the practice session. There's not actually too much long left to go. See them all just going around the hairpin and horseshoe in the background there. You can just see about a couple of the dry spots coming up here. Still very much, it's very much on the crossover period, so it's going to make for some very interesting first heats, that's for sure. Right then, music has now stopped. Checker flag is out, but we are not interested in those bits for now. Let's go and check out the grid for our first heat then for today, and that's going to be starting with the number 70 of Maria J on the front row alongside Louis Lovell, followed by Ethan Coupland and Max Thompson in the second row. Oakley Riggs and Arthur Kaiser will be on the third row, and then on the fourth and final row for the start of this heat will be Oscar Churches. Let's see what we can get from the Rotax cadets from today. So as they go on in, I believe we'll be going straight off. As I have just been informed, it's at 11:15, so the music is going back on just for now. We'll take a quick stream break, and we'll return just as the racing will commence. Right then, ladies and gents, welcome back to the live stream. We'll get racing in just a couple of minutes' time, but just a reminder for the grid for the Rotax cadets, which will be our first heat for today to kickstart off round 8 properly. So let's see what we get from these 7 drivers very shortly. Just a little bit of waiting before we do get underway. I want to say a little. It's tiny! That'd be weird out of context. So, I believe it's B2 rolling up laps as per usual. Due to the conditions as well, especially. As we get ready to properly kick-start off this race meeting. So from the top bend, come down the grid once again. Stacey Coupland saying good luck to Ethan Coupland, number 43. Starting quite far, quite high up at the top of the grid at the, for the start of this one. So many different ways I wanted to say it. My brain was like, do all of them. Do all of them at the same time. Right. So let's get ready to kickstart off round number 8, and we start that with the Rotax cadets as they are heading up towards the top bend here. Let's see what we get from these 7 drivers. So as they get slowed up at the top there, we get ready to kickstart off with a false start. That's a great start. So once again, they get slowed up just around the hairpin, horseshoe and top bend. That is the areas that we will be going for. So once again, towards the top bend we go. Is it going to be second time lucky without commentators cursing it? So down they come. And once again. They really want to kickstart off round 8, but they've got to do it properly. So, I didn't curse it, I promise. Go for third time a charm. Jinxed it again! Probably. We'll stick with the wide angle camera for the start of this race. So down they come. And it's been sent off this time round. And we get underway to kickstart off this one. So shooting down the inside there goes the 43 of Coupland. Currently flying out in the lead. Someone's very confident in these conditions at the moment. It's very much of a crossover period on the track, being slightly damp but also drying up in quite a few places. As we go around the right-hander, aka buttons, towards the top bend. As we get ready to go, running order on the left-hand side of the screen for you all. Slightly updated to before. Saw a random hand on the right-hand side of my eyeballs. So it's Ethan Coupland, followed by Oakley Riggs, Maria J, Oscar Churches, Lovell, Kayser, then Tomsit. That rounds out your grid for the Rotax cadets as of current. So around the hairpin we go. Riggs looking to try and inch closer to Coupland. 70 keeping strong in third at the moment, with Churches charging behind. As we come back down the main straight once again, see what gap Riggs is closing. Here's our West's champion, of course, for the Rotax cadets. And he is currently 0.4 for the gap. So trying to catch up in places here, as it looked like then the 18 of Church is trying to go down the inside of the 70. This time trying the inside at the right-hander. As we come up from the top bend down the main straight, side by the two drivers there. The 70's conceded down to fourth as she sits there, but looks like also charging straight away is Kayser, I believe, the number 19 there. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. And the 19 indeed has got ahead of the 70. Meanwhile, out at front, Coupland and Riggs taking very different lines, which is rather interesting. As you can see, Coupland's going for more of the outside line, and Riggs more taking the standard dry racing line. Which seems to work for both of them in two different cases. The gap is still relatively the same. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Only one change out there on the grid. That's between Kayser and Maria J, the 19 and 70. At the moment, Riggs unable to close that gap too much. The line's very different between the two drivers, as I've already said, which is changing up ever so slightly. Is it going to decrease this time round? And it increases actually this time. About half a second the gap now between the two. Churches with a 2/10 gap between him and Kayser. Watching Coupland fly around the track here is more going for a wider approach. Starting to be a dry spot down at the horseshoe as well. As we lead up to the top bend. Down the main straight. And once again, Coupland is the one still out ahead. Riggs unable to close the gap, as Coupland's not very much visually, but is increasing his lead very slightly per lap here. Very minute. Lots of dry spots happening out there on the circuit. The S's is very much dry at the moment, just on the main racing line side of it. Which could be interesting for later stages in the races. There goes Church's Kayser, Maria J, and then Lovell. As our leaders go over the start-finish. So no changes to our grid at the moment. This is very much 2x2 for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th and 6th. The 16 of Max Tomsit just at the back of the grid for now. So down the main straight we come. Once again for Coupland and Riggs. So that gap is just over half a second. And we've yet to see any changes between these two. Driving very similarly out there. Just over 2 minutes left on the clock before we get close to the last lap. In these rather cloudy but staying dry at the moment conditions, and I say at the moment, it is due to rain at some point later today. I'll be keeping tabs on the weather as we go through today's events. At the moment it is pushed back an hour, so got some dry racing for now. Even though it's, well, it's actually it's still wet, but dry racing in the sense there is not raining at the moment here at Clay. So around the hairpin we go for our leaders of Coupland and Riggs, and yet still no difference between the two. Coupland seems to charge ahead in a few spots differently to Riggs. As in the background, the 70 and 23. Having a bit of a tussle for position here. So just a minute to go. The gap just under a second. Lots of time left on the clock for opportunities here. It's still at the top though that we have our leaders of Coupland and Riggs here. 0.85 was the gap. As we squeeze in another lap here, 23 seconds on the clock, and that gap increasing here for Coupland and Riggs. Coupland with a very much steady lead here. So going down in towards the hairpin we go. A little bit further back at the hairpin, Churches and Kaiser are starting to attempt for positions here. We will take our eyes sort of off them, but not as we just take the cameras off. They are side by side going into the right-hander. It's rather close between the two of them, but we go to the last lap for Coupland and Riggs, which that gap is 0.8 of a second. These two are charging here. Churches and Kaiser are going to go side by side as we go down the main straight. There is no change between the two of them. But that gap 0.1. So back to our leader then, and we're getting close to the finish of this race here. As ladies and gentlemen, coming towards the top bend and coming ready to get the checkered flag. Winning for heat number 1 here for the Rotax cadet. That is going to go to Ethan Coupland, followed by Oakley Riggs. And then from the top bend, it's slightly side by side, but the 18 seems to have the edge out on that one, as though we're not actually getting any updates here for the timings. But Churches does stick in for 3rd position, Arthur Kaiser 4th, Maria J will take 5th, Louis Level 6th, and then Max Tomsit round out for your top 7. Right then, grid for the Honda cadets here, and Charlie White and Oliver Ratton are on the front row. Nikita Roberts and Luke McGaul will take the 2nd row, and then Finney Thursfield and Eddie Duncan will be your 3rd and final row. 6 Hondas out there for today. Reggie Clay said on the unsets. I believe they're still on wets. I think the tread pattern was very much wets. Damn, there's lots of spiders around here. So formation lap then for the Hondas. Like I said, 6 drivers out there on track at the moment. Eddie Duncan, one of the novices out there. Well, the one and only novice out there today. A lot of these drivers back to school they were last week. As summer holidays was well and truly over. Last couple of days up here at Clay, lots of them squeezing out some extra practice just before school. But first week back at school and straight back to this round here, competing for round number 8 to keep their championship well and truly still competitive as ever. Right then, we're getting close to rounding out these last couple of laps here for them. Formation laps is over as the marshals slow them down at post 3 and 4. So towards the top bend and down we come. We are underway first time this time for the Honda Cadets. As we go into Billy's here. Around we go through towards the S's, and through the S's we go, and taking a bit of a steady lead here is 22 of Oliver Ratton. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As we go in towards the top bend, down the main straight, running order on the right hand side of the screen as per usual. So like I said, lead the way is Oliver Ratton, followed by McGall, White, Duncan, Roberts, and then Thursfield. Being only 6 cadets out there today, 2 trophies up for grabs, and possibly a third for our novice here, if he unless he makes it into the top 2. As always, trophies awarded on 1 and 4 drivers. As we go towards the top bend once more. And down the main straight. Let's see this gap between our front 2, because it is rather close. And those 2 being McGall and Ratton once more, continuing their championship fights. 10th between the 2 of them as we go over the line. There's Nikita Roberts there, sneaking down the inside just for the S's. Very confident move there from the 63. As she charges up towards our novice driver, the 57. He's been here a few times now, so he's going to be, I'm sure, soon off of his novice plates. Not long until he does. As they go towards the top bend. And come down the main straight here once more. Still rather close. That kink is very much damp still. Still waiting for a dry line to form here, as our top 4 now have formed quite nicely here through the S's. Down the back straight they go. The 15, McGall leads that one at the moment, with Ratton right on his tail. Roberts is in the background of this one, watching this one perfectly, as Duncan there trying to look for a move for second position. Tries the other side of the 22. Sneaks down the inside of the exit of the horseshoe. As I'm not sure if there is a change of position there. I think there might possibly be as we go from the top bend down the main straight. And as you will see here, it very much was the 57 here charging towards the front. So back round we go again. Roberts still in 4th. Leader is still the same with McGall, but is it going to be for long as Duncan is right on his tail? Into the hairpin we go. As we come towards the horseshoe, the 57 trying to stick as best as he can on that inside of the horseshoe. Doesn't help for the right-hander though at the moment as we come towards the top bend here. Still no changes from our top 4 drivers as we come on down the main straight once again. Still no changes, but that gap is 0.07 between first and second. Roberts looking for that inside line before the S's again. You see her placing her cart differently there, seeing if there was a gap that could form. Speaking of gaps, 57 really closing in now onto, well, into the hairpin. Horseshoe side by side at the exit between McGall and Duncan. As again, lots of trying for that move as Duncan's on the inside before the top bend. Does he back out? No. McGall very brave on the outside still. They're side by side coming down the main straight here. Is there going to be a change for the lead? As there isn't. As Duncan backs off behind McGall for now. Sticks right on his tail through the S's here. Duncan's really trying to get ahead. As Roberts is also peeking for a look here. So around towards the horseshoe here we go. McGall is the one still leading the way. It is slightly side by side between Duncan and McGall. As we go towards the top bend. Come on down the main straight, and this time he pulls out to the outside. Tucks back in again behind McGall. Duncan really looking for a chance here. And will he get one? He's down the inside just before the S's. McGall kept the door open. And the 57 sneaks into first position here with 2 minutes 43 left on the clock. As he goes rather wide at the exit of the horseshoe there. So it is battle time between those front two, but also Ratton and Roberts. Still no move between those two. Roberts is actually the quickest out there at the moment. She set the fastest lap of a 42.37. Back down in lap 3. We're on lap 7 now. As Duncan flies over the line. There's a change on Alpha on the timing screens. Duncan absolutely flying today. Early doors in these mixed conditions. So still charging on for this race as we go back towards the top bend, and this time Duncan has increased his lead ever so slightly as that lead being 2/10 at the moment. He's wasting no time at all to speed off away. And McGall almost at threat by Ratton and Roberts here if he is not careful. So towards the horseshoe. Towards the right-hander. And towards the top bend, we well and truly go. It's not as much as doom and gloom as it looks on the screen, by the way. It's not as bad. So still no change by a top 4, but the from second, third and fourth, it is a train. And will they be trying to charge for the number 57 of Duncan out in front? And is still very much charged away for that lead. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe we go here. McGall trying to tell the other two to try and keep up as Nikita Roberts tries for a move on Ratton just to disrupt the battle that was going on between the three. And she wants to try and get up into P3 as there was 8 seconds left on the clock and still very much plenty of time left to squeeze another lap in. So through the S's, down the back straight, and the sun starts to come out at Clay. So going towards the top bend, Ratton having to be slightly defensive on a charging Roberts. As we come down the main straight, the last lap board is out. And it is out for Duncan, who, by the way, has nearly a second lead here. So are we going to see anything from the three behind him? As that is where the only real battle we have here at the moment, as Magul's going defensive into the hairpin. Is Roberts going to try and sneak around the outside? She tries, a bit too far back though at the time. As we go around the horseshoe. Towards the right-hander and then towards the top bend where our leader, Duncan, coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, and to come and take the checker flag comes the number 57. Eddie Duncan takes the win there, and still no change between Magul, Ratton and Roberts. They come in second, third and fourth respectively there, with a gap of 0.09 between Magul and Ratton, and then Ratton and Roberts. Very close indeed, but there's your final results there for our 6. Rather competitive at that front 4, so it better look out for Duncan, Magul, Ratton and Roberts. I think this is where the battle lies for round number 8. Okay, then we get ready for one of the bigger grids here today, and I would say the biggest grid. It's the Junior Rotax for heat number 1, as Hani Sadiq is on the front row. Alongside Archie Dyson, Izzy Lawton and Kian Downer on the second row, Max Chown and Lucas Rees on the third, Lovell and Ambrose on the fourth. And then on the fifth and final row we will stay here is Karthik Kameta and Jensen Cox. That will be your top 10. Now, if you want to check out any of the results, you can scan the QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream. That will head and take you to the website to see all the results as they get published before I know here on the YouTube live stream. So plenty of action yet to come here. As we hear the roar, as they come on out now for their formation lap here. Or will it break the overlay is a great question, as my my laptop's decided to do a Windows update. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready then to kickstart off the Junior Rotax for heat number 1 as they get all gridded up and pushed back into one another to get ready and kickstart off this first race here. It's quite rather spread, and the front two are a bit further on. So I'm not sure, will this go first time? It's not looking promising, to be honest, as everybody's just started to grid up here. So just waiting on the confirmation. And we are very much underway. It was looking promising as we head into Billy's for the first time for the juniors here for their races. It was very tight in that midfield, 3 wide just before the S's at some points. But out ahead is the 62. So running order will be on the left-hand side here as I am waiting for a Windows update, typically. So it's Harney Sadiq, followed by Lawton, Dyson, Reeves, Smith, Whitcomb, Kometa, Chown, Metters, and then Clark, as Kometa has been given a contact warning. Yellow flag still down at the hairpin, locks out any chance for overtakes, as looks like we got one out for this one at the moment. Well, that's overlay's broken. So down we come to go back round again. So Sadiq with a healthy margin of a lead at the moment. 7/10 is that gap. It's still very tight though near that front end. As we go towards the top bend here. Yellow flags just about visible at the top bend. As Dyson starting to try and close that gap between himself and Sadiq. As Lawton a couple of seconds behind down in that third position, with Smith and Whitcomb very much on her tail. Whitcomb very much on for a challenge here, as he's really trying to open and push that gap. As we go towards the top bend, down the main straight. So through the S as we go. Lawton overtaken by not one but two. Smith and Whitcomb ahead now. And they charge towards our leaders. So Sadiq and Dyson were at the front, but there's been a little bit of something that's happened. One of them spun. Popped right back out towards the S's. Not sure if he's trying for an overtake there. It was 21 to Dyson, so I'm not sure if he tried a move. And it didn't go very successfully, but that gap's just widened out massively there for Sadiq. As we wait for the screens to update, it looks like we still have the 29 of Whitcomb charging in second. Big battle at the back there, trying for 3 wide coming out the exit of the horseshoe there between the 37 and 31. Just around in that little area. Still big gaps at the front here. As we have Max Lovell and Alfred Matthews out of this race at the moment. So still flying around here, not many close calls yet. So charging on through still. Fastest lap currently going to Max and Smith down in third position. Trying to catch back up once again to Whitcomb, who managed to storm a little bit of a lead. back with a spin. The 21. They both did have to separate. One went a little bit on the grass, unfortunately. 76, Max Chow now there, but contending for positions. So we've got yellow flags down at Billy's at the moment. So here comes the 26. Some of our ones down at the back, Key and Down are in that list. So screens start to update slowly. Leaders coming over the line now as the flags are now in. And they are slowly approaching our back markers here too. And slowly approaching as well as Whitcomb. He has closed that gap so quickly towards our leader. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Once again, that gap very much closing. Towards the right-hander and towards the top bend. As we go for another lap, that gap very much closed at this point. Side by side it through Billy's. And through the S as we go, it looks like Whitcomb is now taking the lead and very much has done. The 29 ahead here. There's a big train behind Lawton at the moment. She is in 4th position. Contending for position here. 50 seconds left on the clock. Look at that train go. As the 37 conceding 2 place there just before the yellow flag. So 13 there, looks like a broken back bumper from one of them as well, by the looks of it. As we carry on down, she is furious. That might have been Izzy Lawton, yeah, it was Izzy Lawton there. Bumper was very much hanging off, unfortunately, there. So down the main straight we come as we go to the last lap of this race here for the 29. And so I now finally have my timing screens, but it's a bit late. So I believe this is where our leader is. I'm not entirely sure at this current time, but here he is, taking the checker flag, ladies and gentlemen. Goes Joshua Whitcomb. Full results here on the screen for you all. Whitcomb followed by Sadiq, Smith, Dyson, Chown. That is your top 5. So then the grid for Interax next. As Bertie Clark with Jack Blackman on the front row with Tyler Banks and Kurt Kaplan on the second row. Charlie Hobbs and Stanley Stafford on the third row. And Marley Fisher and Dewey Hockridge will be on the fourth. Casper McAllister and Jay Birmingham on the fifth row. And then Harrison Lord on the sixth row on his own 11 Intermaxes here on the track. So just a short delay here before we get underway. As we get underway for the formation lap here. For the cadets. There's for the cadets, for the Intermax, oh dear. So Intermax out on the grid now. So then, as the Intermaxes get slowed up towards the top bend here, let's see if we can get underway for the first time in a very long time for Intermax here at Clay Pigeon Kart Club. Let's see what we get as we come down the main straight. And we are very much underway and kicking off the Intermax for heat number 1 here. So through we go. Coming from midfield goes the 40, I think that's a 43. It's no 43 is Stanley Stafford. As we continue on here around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Very quick from these drivers out here at the minute. 27 in third position there. Running order on the left hand side of the YouTube live stream as per usual, but here is your current running order. So it starts with Stafford in first, Banks followed by Fisher, Hobbs, Hockridge, Blackman, McAllister, Kaplan, Clark, Birmingham, and then Lord. That is your 11 drivers running at the moment. The 81 looking for the outside-ish of the driver in front of him as they go darting down the inside. Is one going to follow as well? At the moment, still side by side at the exit of the horseshoe. Entrance of the horseshoe is the 81, 27, and 78. Looks like tussling back for positions according to the last time they were out. So, flying, what a gap in front at the moment. Stafford ahead by 1.4. As we go through the hairpin here. So Stafford there looking behind, comedically looking behind him, seeing what is going on. And Italy very much with 2.2 seconds ahead at the moment. Banks is the one leading the rest of the pack from second below. The 81 and 78 here. Hockridge, some bit of pace there, flying through the S's almost. As down the inside, just in the background there as well, you can see that was the 44 McAllister. Moving up another position out there. So your order is definitely much changed. It's lagging behind at the minute. Through the S's down the back straight we go for the 43 of Stafford. That's the 39, 81, 78. 44 then 88. Four minutes 50 left on the clock. Through the S as we go for the 39 as he Spanks is defending off the charging forward Fisher. The gap was very much closing quite a lot. It's definitely drying up out there. As you can see, the entrance of the horseshoe is practically dry. Not too many wet spots out there, so slicks is probably the way to go. And it's what I believe most of these drivers are running at the moment. There's the 81 with a lot of pace going down the main straight there, right on the back bumper of Banks. As we finish the main straight, as straight down the inside goes the 81. What a move! As it also looked like the driver behind him as well was trying to come into play, take the same role, but had to sneak behind the other drivers. So second position goes to the 81. It's the 78 Hockridge who tried to join in that one. And unfortunately, it didn't happen for him. It worked out for the other. So once again, new changes happening as the 78 this time down the inside of the 39, just after the line there. As McAllister and Kaplan just behind those drivers. So now it's a charge towards Stafford. There's a 3.5 second gap at the moment. Plenty of time to catch up, mind, with 3 minutes on the clock. Plenty of race time as down the inside goes McAllister on the 39 of Banks. He is fading away slightly in this race. He was around second, now down to, I believe, what is fourth or fifth. So more changes once again as Banks down to fifth. So down the back straight they go. So Stafford still leading the way with that 3.5 second gap. Fisher is being slowly caught by Hockridge here. So down the main straight we go. Kaplan closing that gap to the 39 as we speed on down towards the hairpin once again. There's your visual gap of how it's going. Stafford miles ahead of the rest of the competition at the moment. Just over a minute and a half left on the clock, and Stafford is still the one leading the way to Fisher, Hockridge, McAllister, Banks and Kaplan. And any of that could change at any point as the 78 of Hockridge is hot on Fisher's tail as we go into the hairpin towards the horseshoe. As the conditions really feel like it's changing up here at the minute. So down the main straight we come. Stafford, Fisher, Hawkridge, McAllister, Banks, Kaplan still unchanged, but it isn't for much longer. As through the S's we go as the 78 now ahead of the 81. Will he charge back at these last few minutes? Almost side by side. Almost like they were pushing each other as the 81 now takes back that second position. Very much on the charge of like, give it back to me. Top end, down the main straight we come. 78 right on the charge again as we go down into Billy's. Down the back straight we go. As there are 10 seconds left on the clock, which does mean this is going to be our penultimate lap here. So towards the top end we go. Looks like our race leader has caught up with a back marker. Our back marker being the 77. Last lap's out, and side by side go Fisher and Hawkridge. As Hawkridge takes up into that second position on the last couple of laps here. Blue flags waving for our back markers. Around the horseshoe we go for the 42. 44 there, really looking to get ahead of the 81 by the length of it. But coming down the main straight and to come and take the checker flag is going to be for the Heat 1 for Interax, Stanley Stafford. Followed by Hawkridge, Fisher, McAllister. Tyler Banks to take 5th, Kurt Kaplan 6th. Hobbs 7th, Birmingham 8th. And slowly but surely the next two, which is actually rather close, Blackman and Bertie Clark will be our 9th and 10th positions. Don't forget they are provisional, and you can check out the full results by scanning the QR code, which will show up on this screen. Right then, Senior Rotax Heat number 1, Jack Mayman and Billy Edgecombe on the front row. So the formation laps then for the Senior Rotax for Heat number 1. 16 drivers out on circuit, one of them being a 177. $17 up here at the moment. As for some reason, the whole grid has gridded up a lap early, which is rather unique, considering there is 2 rolling up laps. Is there games being played? So coming into view then is the Senior Rotax for their first heat here. Let's see how this one plays out. This could be interesting from the original start. As we are underway for Heat 1 for the seniors. And a very confident lead there from the 17 early doors. As we go cross country for the 74 to avoid any contact. Swanson having to go off road for a little bit there. Pushed him right to the back of the grid though. So it's a 17. I think that's a 22 and 12. Still the same top three as from the start. We'll find out as the running order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. So it's Maidman, Edgecombe, Crockett, Flan, Cox, Burt, Pope, Wellesley, Tribe, then Warlock for your top 10. Let's go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Maidman is very much leading the way on this one. Not by much though. You've got Edgecombe behind, which as we know can sneak up on you at any moment. So we go down into Billy's. Through the S's, down the back straight. It's a 17, 22, 88, then 25 still. This one driver took to the other side of the sausage curve. Just about avoiding the barrier on the other side. So down the main straight we come. Maven still leads it, not by much though. Edgecombe is 0.2 of a tenth behind. Cameron Crockett 7/10ths behind our leader at the moment. There's a little bit of backing up what's happening there as we go through the S's down the back straight. The 12 and 38. Cox and Pope very much starting to catch up to our front runners here as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe as the 12 there slowed up a little bit. So as we go from the top end down the main straight, there'll be a few more changes to happen on your screens. Rufus Flan given a contact warning in this one. So Pope still in P5. But very much on his tail. Sorry, that being Cox, sorry. So it seems like the number 12... Seems like the number 12 bogs down just a little bit coming out of the exit of the hairpin. Which is a very rare sight to see. So Edgecombe now under a 10th as we go through the S's down the back straight to Maidman here. He is caught up big time here as Crockett is just comfortably in third at the moment. Flan not too far behind. Looks like Pope still hanging on to 5th position to Charlie Cox. As there's a spin at the background, back at the top bend. That's been attacked twice today. Wipe out of the tyres there. As the one in green flies into the pits. Both Jamie Burr and Daniel Tribe both in the pits there. As a little bit further back, looks like we've got retirement. Or do we? Someone is very slow, and that looks like that was our race leader. That is our race leader, number 17. Something's happened, which has actually, unfortunately, put Billy Edgecombe out just ever so slightly. Edgecombe stuck behind. So he's dropped a couple of positions. So Crockett now takes the lead here for this one. As the 17 is in the pits for our third retiree of this race. As down the inside goes, as we might have another retirement here as the 38 back bumper. Oh dear, it's not a good sign for the seniors to begin with today. Come down the main straight here. Well and truly the 38's rear bumper is just about hanging on as we go around Billy's. Through the S's, right on the tail of that is a trio of Birrell. As a 38, does he get tapped? As his bumper is very much off here. as he spins and is just avoiding the tie wall there. His back bumper is off, but that was off many laps ago, as that is truly affecting his driving, as his rear bumper is on his rear tyre. So he'll be retiring on track, unfortunately, for Pope. He is out of this race. So, with all that commotion happening, it's very much still Crockett out in front. Crockett, Flan, Edgecombe. So as we carry on, as the track marshals try and move the cart. As we continue on here, Crockett still leading the way to 25. That gap only 2/10. As we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Edgecombe slowly trying to close that gap back up again with 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Let's see, 48 I think that was. Trying to go around the outside. That's normally the 14's job. So Crockett very much a threat here for that P1. 54 seconds remain. Flan right on the back. Was only a 10th and a half at the line. That very much will be less now. So we go around at the hairpin. And horseshoe towards the top bend now. As we approach one of our back markers, the 83. just under 30 seconds left to go, as Crockett is very defensive, really brings his top three together. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. Into the horseshoe. Edgecombe trying a different line out here to try and get ahead. As a fast approach, our back marker of the 83, who gets nicely out of the way. But down the main straight we come. Crockett was very much flooded at that one, as Flan takes the lead. Edgecombe second and Crockett down to third, but it's still very tight between the three. There's no room for error. Through the S's, back straight. And the 75 of Sam Mitchell can see this passing. Is he going to catch up on these last few corners? Who knows? We'll continue around towards the horseshoe. Edgecombe really trying to see that gap. The last opportunity now towards the top bend. As we come down the main straight and to come and take the checker flag here. It was close, but it's Flan who takes P1, Edgecombe second, Crockett third. Very much a very turning of events race. Mitchell fourth, Wellesley fifth, Cox sixth, Bradfield seventh, Thacker eighth, Martin ninth, and then Henry Swanson will round out your top 10. Lost four drivers: Reese Pope, Jack Maben, Jamie Burt, and Daniel Tribe. So then back to the starts we go. Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland on pole for the Rotax Cadets, heat number 2. So after a little bit of waiting, we are back for the Rotax cadets for their second heat here. So go around for the formation first. So as we get ready to kickstart off this one. They did have to go back round again. There was one that ended up in the tyre wall, so they added an extra formation lap onto this. So down the main straight we come. Will we be kicking off this one? And we are underway for the Rotax cadets for heat number 2 now. So through the S as we go. That's our Wessex champion Riggs out in front. Very closely followed by, I believe that might be the 43 of Coupland. Deja vu, anyone? Around the horseshoe. It's the 18 of Churches in third. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. So it's Riggs, Coupland, Churches, Kaiser, Lovell, Maria J, and then Max Tomsit for your top 7. Top 4 very close together, as it looks like Coupland's got the lead, as he's taken a couple of wider lines compared to Riggs once again. Very much the same as last time out. Starting to get a little bit darker up here at Clay at the minute. Let's come down the main straight. Few changes out there from last time. Maria J got ahead of Louis Lovell. So down the main straight we come. And the 43 very much still has our lead at the moment. 10th was the gap between Coupland and Riggs. Church is steady in third with Kaiser about 4/10 behind. So not too much action coming from the Rotax cadets at the moment. The only thing that we got to look out for at this time is our two leaders being Coupland and Riggs. They are rather close once again. As we charge on round towards the top bend. So very close between the 43 and the WC now, that gap being less than a tenth. It's in the thousands. But let's see what we can get over these next few laps here as we go down towards the hairpin. Riggs right on the rear, a bit too close. He has to slam the anchors very slightly. Pushes him back just ever so much. But we are still running as it looks like the wind's starting to pick up here at Clay. So around the horseshoe we go. A few changes happening between Lovell and Maria J, the 70 and the 23. As we still continue though with Coupland and Riggs. The gap over a tenth this time round, but Riggs really trying to get ahead of Coupland. So from the top bend we go once again. As Riggs tries for an inside move. He still stays behind at the moment as we near the couple of last laps of this race here. This one being one of them. Riggs is the quickest out there with a 40.43, one of only 3 drivers to get into the 40s. So, last lap is now out. Through the S's, down the back straight we go between the two for this last lap battle of what has been a semi-quiet race. Maria J and Louis Lovell both been battling out consistently in this race. Towards the top bend we go, and as we come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checkered flag here is going to be, at the end, Copeland very, very closely followed by Riggs. 0.09 being Pacific. Oscar Church is third, and Arthur Kayser fourth. And then Maria J will take fifth, and Louis Lovell sixth after a consistent battle between the two. And then rounding it out with Max Thompson in the 7th position. Right then, it's Honda Cadet time. And there's your grid for these ones. Finney Thursfield and Luke McCall on the front row, Oliver Ratton and Nikita Roberts on the second row, and Charlie White and Eddie Duncan on the third. Well, there's the cadets. No, I'm joking. Late arrival from our ambulance. It's always at the circuit. It's just making its way onto track. The big old beast. So just give it a few more minutes and we'll be underway for the Honda Cadets. Don't forget, if you do want to check out any of the results when they come on through, then scan the QR code if you're watching on your TVs. And you'll be able to get straight to that one, or by just going through the Clay Pigeon Kart Club website, or results.alphatiming.co.uk/CPKC. So then out are the Honda Cadets. We'll go for their formation lap now. So towards the top bend we go, and then we get ready for the Honda Cadets. It's time for their second heat. So down the main straight we come. And we are underway for this race here. Small grid of 6. I was about to say, try and say 7 then, but it's 6. Top very close to begin with here, as it's the 72 followed by the 22. Very tight around the hairpin here towards the horseshoe. And towards the top bend we go. We'll go through this and oh, wrong button. Apologies. So is Ratton, followed by Thursfield, Duncan, McGall, Roberts, and then White at the back. That's very unusual for Charlie White to begin with, but as we go round and through towards the hairpin once again, it is still very close between Ratton and Thursfield. Good luck to all at attack, says Race Never Renounce. Just in the background there, you can see they're all in. That's a very good sponsor slot there. So Ratton, Thursfield, McGall, Duncan, Roberts, White. That's still your lineup for the 6 at the moment. As going down the inside goes Charlie White on the 57 of Eddie Duncan, who was absolutely flying in the first heat today. This time round, sticking at the back for the minute, so we'll see if it plays out differently a bit later on. As we go up towards the top bend, and as we come down the main straight to come into lap number 3. Still the same top 2. Very close between Thursfield and Ratton there, just at the exit of the hairpin. Ratton real slow, backed up the 72 onto the 15 of McGall. Which this could play very differently for this race now as we come from the top bend down the main straight. Once again, still the same. As shooting down the inside goes Charlie White, but unfortunately tangles with the 15. It's just ruined both of their races there. The gap not as open as Charlie White thought there. Unfortunately shoves him to the back of the grid, and unfortunately knocks Luke McGall straight out of that 3rd position there. So, contact warning given to Finley Thursfield. Two-tenths of gap for our leaders, very close. Roberts there was looking for a move down at the horseshoe. Didn't stick for now. But as we carry on though, the 22 is the one still in the lead of this race by just under 2 tenths with 3 minutes 43 left on the clock. Heading into Billy's, Nikita Roberts right on the tail of Duncan, who has got himself up into towards the top 3 for this race. Roberts really trying to claw up another position. She's, like I said, right on the tail of him. As she's trying for the inside before the horseshoe. And she's just that tiny bit too far back to pull the move off. As we come on down into the kink and towards Billy's. There is still 0 changes for them all, as Charlie White has the fastest lap at the back of the grid there. Down in 6th position. As we come from the top end once more, still not much happening from our front two. It's very even at the front, as Ratton still leads the way there. Keep an eye on Roberts here. As we go around Billy's, right tight for the S's. As we go down the back straight here, staying behind. Just a bit like Thursfield is on Ratton. There's still no change from that top front two. So less than a minute remaining on the clock, and we are still here with Ratton, Thursfield, Duncan, Roberts as your lineup. We'll trying to catch back up, but don't think there'll be enough time on the clock. Thursfield really unable to find a opportunity yet. As we go from the top bend down the main straights and pushing out another extra lap in this race as well. So 15 seconds left on the clock. Penultimate lap here for this race. So not too many opportunities left for our front four. Ratton, Thursfield, Duncan, Roberts, the same as it has been for the last 6 or so minutes. Try and find the right camera angle at some point. Towards the top end. Down the main straight we come. As we go for the last lap here for heat number 2 for the Honda Cadets. Ratton, Thursfield, just under 2 tenths a gap. And as we get closer towards the top bend, ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checkered flag here as we come towards the top, and it is going to be going to Oliver Ratton, very closely followed by Finley Thursfield. Then it's Eddie Duncan, Nikita Roberts and Luke McGall, who managed to sneak right up to the back two on the 13th lap, which was the last lap, and set the fast lap of 41.22 as well. Top novice on this race goes to Eddie Duncan. As we go for the grid for the junior Rotax next, Jensen Cox and Ambrose on the front row. So here floods the junior Rotax. A couple of more stragglers coming out of the pit lane there. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for the formation lap here. As we go towards the top end here, the last three just coming up, but it will be going back round again. Just to get these last few drivers to come on back and start the race all together. Quick puff of vape from one of the mechanics. Right. Let's get ready then. Let's see how this one goes. So from the top bend down the main straight now for the start of heat number 2 of the junior Rotax race. And a lot of them keeping on that inside line to try and stick in there. That yellow one flew through the grid as one's punted off in the background there, but it's 31 that was Aiden Clark who was the one who flew around the outside of a lot of them at the start there. So towards the top end we go here. Running order on the right hand side of the screen as per usual. So it's Ambrose, followed by Reeves, Pepperell, Clark, Matthews, Lovell, Metters, Chown, Withcombe, and then Sadiq for your top 10. Yellow flags down at the S's. So no overtakes going to be happening there. But through to the top, there's so many moves going on down there. There's going to be a lot of changes to read out as they come over the line. Leading the pack, though, is the 55 of Ambrose. As they fly on up towards the top bend. And it is a close pack of 5. These are speeding through. Being one of those, being the 31 again, sneaking down that inside. Is he going to try for the outside? Or is he going to be losing a position here? It is yellow flag, so it's going to throw him off. It's throwing the 31 off. He's had to slow right down on that outside. Put him at a major disadvantage there. As the flag has just waved on in. So that's a big change there. He's right in the midfield once again. All that early progress has been reset. But there is still plenty of time on the clock. Loads of time here, as in the lead is not Ambrose anymore. It's a 16 of Reeves. Lucas Reeves takes the lead. Very close behind. It's side by side. Is sneaking down the inside. Not one but 2 carts. That's the 37 and 29. Pepperell. And I think that's Withcombe in that. So out of the horseshoe we go towards the top bend for the next part for our front runners here. As we come down the main straight once again. still very close by all of these here. So it's Reeves, Withcombe, Pepperell, Ambrose, Matthews for the top 5, as it looks like Ambrose is struggling at the exit of Billy's for the last couple of laps. There's not stopping him though as we go around the hairpin. Ambrose right on that inside, so tight there. A little bit of touch on the grass there as he skips a little bit. So 16 of Reeves into second, Withcombe leading the way. As it looked like Pepperell losing control of his kart there for a second, nearly making contact with the driver in front. He's 37 there, just managing to stay into 5th now though, as Metters and Matthews up a position each. Still very tight in that pack down there. In the mid-pack is that 31 who's fallen down a little bit, the order. Trying to stick in here. Hello, Bertie. You're right there, mate. Anyway, moving on. Contact warning given to Pepperell. Very tight in that front area. They were trying 3 wide. 27 there of Matthews trying to go 3 wide at Billy's. You are mad to go 3 wide anyway, to be honest. There's a little touch and go between 2 drivers there. That was the 95, sorry, Karthik Kameta. As we fly on down the grid, this race is just flying by with what has been going on. So it's Withcombe, Metters, Matthews, Pepperell, Reeves for your top 5 now. As once again down the inside it goes. The 21 on the 55. We seem to catch Ambrose at his overtaking moments as he tries the inside but touches the car in front. Unfortunately spins. And unfortunately is right down the running order now. He's not happy with that one as he continues on in the race. So 29 of Withcombe leading, by the way, by 2.5 seconds. A decent lead there as Ambrose given a contact warning from that incident, unsurprisingly. So 29 leading by 2.5 seconds. As your leader goes down at the main straight there. Rest of the field carry on throughs. Matthews now just a 10th behind Metters. Withcombe still holding the fastest lap as well with 34.79. As the race slightly settles. Matthews is right on to Metters here as we go into Billy's. Pepperell in fourth position. Quite a bit of a gap between them two as the timings seem to be a little bit delayed here. But Pepperell is about 4 seconds behind our leader at the moment. As Metters and Matthews are out to just under 3 seconds. It's very close between Metters and Matthews. One of them seems like to be using the curb there. You can hear the chassis get scraped on there. .76 in the background there, trying to overtake the driver in front of him. Chown, I think it might be on Dyson, as he was taken for the outside. Bit of a tough spot to overtake on the outside there. Meanwhile, less than a minute on the clock. Metters still holding on to second. Just under 2/10 behind is Matthews. Withcombe out in the lead though, with just under 3 seconds, 2.91 to be precise. as Reeves is down 3 positions as Dyson, Chown and Clark get ahead of him. Last one driver in this one at the moment, and that was Jensen Cox right at the start of the race, unfortunately. "18 seconds remains. Another lap sneaked into this race, and that gap still real big between first and second. Matthews unable to close the gap enough to Metters. Sneaking down the inside for this race. So 95 on the 16. Cometa on Reeves. As we come down the main straight for the last lap board, the 29 now receiving that one. Blue flags are out, albeit I think a little bit early, to the back marker of Neve Allen, our number 67. But meanwhile, coming around the exit of the horseshoe towards the right-hander and then top bend. And as we come down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checker flag. That went to Withcombe, followed by Metters. And then Matthews, I believe. Yeah, there we go. It's all just slowly updating. So it's Withcombe, Metters, Matthews, Pepperell, Dyson, Chow, Clark, Cometa, Reeves, and then Sadiq will round out your top 10. Only Sadiq managing to stay in his relative spot at the end of that race. So with that one closing on out, we'll go to the grid for the Intermax. A total of 11 once again. Marley Fisher and Stanley Stafford on the front row. So just waiting on a couple of recoveries. The QR code was on your screens. Just got to run down the bottom here, ready to be slowly coming on his way up. So here we go then for the formation lap for Interax. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get ready for Interax to kickstart off this race. And we are getting a false start to begin with. So back round we go. So from the top bend and down the main straight we come. We are underway for Interax. It's one of the marshals at post one was getting attacked by a wasp. So through the S's down the back straight, it's a 43 leading the way, which is Stanley Stafford. Round the hairpin towards the horseshoe next. There's a very wide line there. Using all of that runoff area from the 39 there, Tyler Banks. As we come down the main straight, once again, order on the left-hand side of the screen for you all. So Stafford, Fisher, Banks, Hockridge, Blackman, Kaplan, Hobbs, McAllister, Birmingham, Clark, and Lord for your grid. As shooting down the inside before the S's goes the 88 on the 29, Kaplan and Blackman. Still very close between the third and fourth drivers of the 39 and 78. As we come from the top bend down the main straight once again. So leading the way is the 43 still. 81 in second. Can't tell you the gap. It's probably going to be around about a second or so. As the times have just updated. It's less than a second actually. I'll figure out the right buttons at some point for the camera angles. But coming from the top bend down the main straight. And it is the 43, very much still leading it by 1.1. As in the background of that one, Kurt Kaplan in fifth, trying to catch up to the rest of our front runners here. So around the horseshoe we go. towards the top bend. So Stafford still leading it. The 81.39, the 78, then 88. They're all starting to be within it. It's 2.2 seconds from 5th to 1st. As we go through the S's and down the back straight here. As down the inside before the hairpin goes. Hockridge on Banks. It's 3 wide briefly for the exit. As Kirk Alpin was right on the inside. And there is only one change to come out from that one though. And that being the one set by Hockridge as we come down the main straight. So 43, 81, then 78. And Banks in 4th position at threat from Kurt Kaplan in the 88. So go through the S's down the back straight. 44 in a comfortable area in 6th position. Not too much competition in front or behind at the moment. Still very tight at the back there with, I think that's the 29 Jack Blackman in the yellow car. As we slowly approach the halfway mark here is Stafford, Fisher, Hockridge, Banks, Kaplan for your top 5. Through the S's, down the back straight. The 81 there, just comfortably in, well, when I say comfortably, slightly comfy in that position. Jay Birmingham given a contact warning. So you get a brief outlook of the conditions at Clay. It's just getting a bit cloudy once again. There's been a threat of rain all day today. But luckily it's holding off, which is what we love. There's a 50% chance at 2 o'clock in 45 minutes time. Hopefully that stays away, as it would be interesting if the finals were wet. As much as we love some wet racing, we would like to keep it dry today. Stafford, Fisher, Hockridge, Banks, Kaplan, still the same top 5. As going for the inside before the S's, that commonplace. The 88 gets ahead of the 39. Kaplan now up into 4th position. And next target is to reach for that P3. Like I said earlier, 11 Intermax, 3 trophies up for grabs, as trophies are awarded in 1 in 4. Stafford, Fisher, Hockridge. There's a change between Kaplan and Banks, as there's been another change here a little bit further up the grid, as looked like the 78 slowed up for a little bit there, as he was right on the end of Fisher, but not sure what happened there. I caught the tail end of that. So up towards the top bend, it's non-stop behind our leader Stafford. So that's where the racing and competition is happening between these drivers, as it is still Stafford, Fisher, Hockridge, Kaplan, Banks for your top 5, as Kaplan just under 2 tenths, tenths and a half behind the 78. So get around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Kaplan really trying to get in that inside line in for Hockridge at the moment. Just not happening for now as we come down the main straight once again. So Billy's and the S's once more. Very tight between 2nd and 4th. Nothing in it at all, but 3.2 seconds behind our race leader. It is the battle for P2 as blue flags are out once more for our leaders here. As the 78 right once again on the back of Fisher, but this time he's through just before the S's. Packed up nicely there. Hockridge up into second. Fisher trying to go defensive on Kaplan as it looks like another driver's getting involved in this one as well. As Tyler Banks at the back still. He very much is indeed. That's the 44 is Casper McAllister. But meanwhile, coming down the main straight will be our last lap, board 4. Stanley Stafford here. So one last lap for these Interax drivers for this heat. Specifically around 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th to change up the orders. So through the S's down the back straight. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Still no changes from any of these at the moment. But meanwhile, we'll come to the checkered flag for our race leader. That is going to be to Stanley Stafford, and then it's going to be close, slightly close finish there at the end. As it was Fisher, Hockridge, Kaplan, Banks, McAllister, Hobbs, Blackman, Clark, and Jay Birmingham and Harrison Lord for rounding out your grid. Top novice goes for Casper McAllister. Well, let's check out the grid then for the senior Rotax Heat 2. It's Henry Swanson and Bertie Wellesley on the front row. Let's see how this one plays out. And out they come for their second heat for the formation lap. So then as they slowly come around the horseshoe there, let's get ready to kickstart off the senior Rotax for their second heat. Let's see how this one plays out over the next 8 minutes. So very slowly down the main straight here. And we are underway this time for the senior Rotax heat number 2. Very tight once again in that midfield. No 3 wides this time around. Go through the S's, down the back straight. Into the hairpin we go. And on the exit, leading the way is Bertie Wellesley, number 48. And as we come towards the top end here, down the main straight, so it's Wellesley followed by... Timing screen's not updating. I think that's the 61 of, 61 of Tribe. He's in second position. As it is finally all updated for you. So Wellesley leading the way. Tribe right on the rear end as we go into Billy's. It's close between those two. Tribe has the inside line as we go through the S's down the back straights. As it is now Tribe, Wellesley, then Warlock, Swanson, Mitchell, Edgecombe, Bradfield, Maidman, Crockett, then Cox. See timing screens on the occasion freeze. Still going strong though, so there's the change between Tribe and Wellesley. Going down the inside real close to there. No contact though. Getting in front of Cameron Crockett is the number 12 of Cox there. Sneaking it in around the S's once again. Real tight in the grid at the moment though. There's not much room for error here. As we go towards the top bend once again. Tribe now creating a gap ever so slightly to Wellesley. Half a second the gap. There's a lot of movements happening out there. Especially just around Billy's is the hot spot at the moment. The 17 and 22. Now in 4th and 5th I believe that is. As it was real close there. A little bit of a slam on the anchors there for one of the drivers. It's splitting the grid up slightly in there. That might have been the 76 or 74. Still real close there as Chris Jones being one of our 177s. At the back there, we've lost Arthur Thacker after the first lap of this race. A lot of drivers shooting on down that inside bit for the S's. 51 getting ahead once again. See screens again slowly updating. So back round we come again. Tribe is still leading the way to Wellesley. And followed behind is the 75 as yellow flags down at Billy's as two come together. One has lost his front bumper, unfortunately, though, so that's going to be the end of their race. Cars do look funny without front bumper, I'm not going to lie. Oh. So just under halfway of this race, yellow flags at Billy's, which locks out the play there for the moment. As the sun has come on out for us here. Tribe Wellesley is still your front two. So then coming down the main straight, still once again no changes from our front few runners. Still yellows down at Billy's. So our top 5 starting to become a group here with Tribe, Wellesley, Mitchell, Maidman, Edgecombe. As Crockett is the one leading the 6th and forward pack. 6th and behind pack of Crockett, Bradfield, Cox and Pope in that list as well. I guess there's still not too much changes as one goes really wide there. Even under yellow flag conditions, the 17 there, our track maintenance, probably had a big clench of his bottom. So back towards the top then, and it's close between Wellesley and Mitchell as we come down the main straight with under 2 minutes remaining. As Mitchell goes down the inside of Wellesley, and there's a change to those with those two. He's down a third, and the 75 up into P2. Now behind all of this is Billy Edgecombe, who is watching this unfold. 17 there in the background of Maidman. As we come around the right hand for Crockett and behind. So nearing a minute remaining. Tribe still leading it by just under a second. Fastest lap goes to Charlie Cox in a minute with 34.08. Really want to get that low. As it seems like at the moment Cameron Crockett is unbeatable to overtake at the current time. All very groups up there as we come on back round. As we are onto the penultimate lap here. As Tribe starting to catch up with our back marker of Chris Jones, number 83. Lost 3 drivers so far this race: Ellis Warlock, Jamie Burt, Arthur Thacker. But nevertheless, we carry on to the last couple of laps of this senior Rotax heat. So last lap board is out. Tribe, Mitchell, Wellesley, Edgecombe. Through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 61 leading it to the 75. Cox making a position on Bradfield that previous lap. As the 83 sticking right out of the way. Rather slow, mind. Almost a bit too slow, but out of the way nevertheless. But ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight then to come and take the checker flag comes Daniel Tribe. Rather close there out the finish. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, as the screens finally update themselves. So there it is. Tribe, Mitchell, Wellesley, Edgecombe, Maidman, Crockett, Cox, Bradfield, Pope, and then rounding it out, Reefers Flam for 10th at the end there. So we go back round the grid once again. And this time being the Rotax cadets for their third heat. So then, ladies and gents, let's go for the formation lap. We'll carry through the first couple of laps here for the Rotax cadets. We'll be taking a quick stream break. Hey, I need a comfort break. But there's plenty of action to come here from Clay Pigeon in the turn. We'll try and catch the end of, or the near ending of this race as well. So then, coming down the main straight, we get ready to kickstart off this race. And we are underway for the Rotax cadets. So, with a bit of a lead at the moment. Out in front is the red. And that being the number 18 of Oscar Churches. And running order here on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. So it's going to be Churches, Coupland, Riggs, Maria J, Louis Lovell, and then Max Tomset to round out your top 6 after the opening lap here. And commentary will resume real shortly. As I need to pop off for a comfort break. So I'll be back shortly. So then, ladies and gentlemen, a very close race there between Oakley Riggs and Oscar Churches. Managed to tune into the end of that. Also was getting a bit of food down myself. If only the pee break could have held for a little bit longer. Right then, so we go to our next grid then, which is the Honda Cadets for their third heat. Nikita Roberts and Vinny Thursfield on the front row for this one. So here we go then for the formation lap for the 6 drivers. So towards the top bend we come, down the main straight, and we are very much underway for the third heat for the Honda Cadets here. So around biddies we go through the S's, and in the lead at the moment is Roberts, number 63. So in towards the horseshoe here. Right-hander, and then towards the top bend. And your running order will be as follows. So it's Roberts, Thursfield, McGall, White, Ratton, and then Duncan at the back as we come in towards the S's. The 12 there, Charlie White, almost trying to go for the inside move, but decided against it. It would have been a very brave move indeed if he did go for it. So he is up into P3 nevertheless, and McGall's up into second here. As McGall given a contact warning. But down the main straight we come. McGall, White, Thursfield for your second, third and fourth, and the changes on the grid. Top 6 all within a second and a half of each other, which is rather close. Here, as just we went into the hairpin, McGall gets ahead of Roberts on the inside. and claims that top spot 2 minutes into this race. So from the top end we go down the main straight. Two by two for the grid of 6. Roberts just staying onto the rear end of McGool, the number 15 there. Down into the hairpin. Round the horseshoe we go. And then towards the top bend. Like I said, the top 6, the whole grid are within just over a second of each other, which is rather impressive. Everybody's rather even so far in this race. Roberts is trying to look for a gap on McGool. Fastest out there though at the moment is Oliver Ratton, set the last lap that we had out. – 41.19, pretty quick. Once again, still within a second and a bit. Eddie Duncan falling off just a little bit. As we go into the hairpin once again. Still real tight between the, especially more the top 5 now than anything. So up towards the top bend once again. As we come down the main straight, it is a scene of deja vu. Still McGool, Roberts, White, Thursfield, Ratton. So through the S's down the back straight. So McGool still leads the way with just over 3 minutes to go. Nikita Roberts right on his tail. And a similar story for Charlie White as Thursfield right on the rear of him. Ratton also closing the gap as he goes for the inside. As we go into the hairpin, he tries to move. Is he able to complete it? Unfortunately not. On this occasion, Thursfield just managing to have a little bit more pace on that outside. And getting that inside line for the horseshoe. Rather important for that. And he was able to maintain that spot. But with the caveat of unfortunately losing a couple of tenths to the driver in front. So now the grid still within 2 seconds of the leader. And the top 5 still within a second. So there's still no room for error. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Very even. All the drivers within the 41.2s. Sorry, all in the 41.4s. Rephrase. Nikita Roberts matching Luke McGool's times. So as we go into the hairpin, still once again no changes from these. I tell a lie, Nikita Roberts is down in 3rd. Charlie White at some point has snuck up ahead. I did miss that one, unfortunately. We were looking at the timing screen to get some information for you all. But yeah, new change to the running order. McGool, White, then Roberts. In a turn of events there. Thursfield in 4th, Rassen 5th. As it was a little bit squirmy at the exit there for Thursfield to 72, losing a couple of tenths there. Still maintaining position, but with Ratten right on his tail this time though. So around the hairpin we go towards the horseshoe. So we go to the right-hander towards the top bend, Finley Thursfield given a contact warning. Down the main straight. And still with 20 odd seconds left on the clock, we increase the race length for an extra lap. As we head through Billy's, through the S's, down the back straight. As our top 3 all within 3 tenths. So the last lap board is now out. And Charlie White right on the rear of McGool, which has forced McGool defensive. White really on the rear there to a little love tap at the back. Which has separated them all just a little bit. It's also invited Thursfield, I think, along on this one. As it's side by side between McGool and White. Roberts on the inside there. As we go towards the top bend. It's going to be tight, but is it going to be real tight is the question. As we come down the main straight, checker flag is out. And it's going to be going to, in the end, Charlie White takes the checker flag by 0.03. Closely then followed by, like I said, Charlie White, McGool, then Thursfield, Ratton, Roberts, then Duncan at the end there. A massive change from that top bend. And it resulted into big mix-up on the grid. Look at that. Thursfield hanging around 4th and 5th has ended up in P3. So then the grid for the junior Rotax heat number 3. It's Karthik Kumeta and Maxim Smith on the front row. So as all the juniors are out, we'll get ready for heat number 3. So here we go then, as quick towards the top bend. But we get ready to kickstart off the third heat for the juniors. And we're underway for the juniors now here for heat number 3. And very close in that midfield. No room for error at all. As the 31 was near the front of the grid. Has just been swallowed up by the grid. There's no other way to put that one. But leading it, I think there's 95 still from his pole position start. But we'll confirm that real shortly, as the running order is on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream. So, it's Karthik Kameta, followed by Joshua Withcombe, Maxton Smith, Alfred Matthews, Metters, Sadiq, Pepperell, Chown, Downer, and then Dyson, as we do have a driver off on the top bend. That seems to be a common place today. Exactly the same place as well. Oh, got some favourites today. So 95 leading it. It's 3 wide for a second on the exit, the horseshoe. I wish I was on camera. God damn it, I had the wrong camera angle. So down the main straight. Contact warning given to Maxim Smith. As we are still carrying on here. Leading the way is the 29, then it's the 27, 30, then 95. As I believe that was Izzy Lawton was out of this race at the moment. So 29 with a bit of a lead here, that being 7/10 at the moment, out in front. As we keep an eye on the rest of the grid behind. 62 holding off the 95 and 53. That's where I think you met it down into that 5th position. Still holding out there. As we go on through, down at Billy's there, stuck on the outside is the 95, the 76 managing to get ahead. And I believe the 53 was the one in front. Lots of changes for position in this race. It's so tight there as the 33 is being almost squashed into position at the exit of the horseshoe. But your top 3 now separating away as Maxim Smith fastest lap of 35.01. So close into the 34s. As Matthews going a little bit wide there at the exit of the hairpin. As the tyre wall's getting fixed down at the top bend. Metta's closing in on Sadiq. As we go around Billy's, through the S's, and down the back straight. As we try and shoot down the inside for the 53, doesn't work out. The gap was not there as a bit of a car park forms together as the 55 is spun. All drivers are fine and carrying on moving. But that was a change there, all drivers. I think a couple of them a little bit shocked there. Just nowhere to go. So just over 3 minutes, just over 3 minutes remaining. There's a battle going on between Smith and Matthews here. Number 30 up in second position, and I believe they were still fighting for that. The timings are yet to update, so we'll get your order very shortly. But down into the horseshoe, that's a very tight gap that was forced open by the 53, forcing the driver even wider at the exit of the horseshoe. But Matters up another position here. Still close to the top there. Matthews still managing to hang on to the back of Maxim Smith here. As the gap behind him is about 2.5 the gap. 4 seconds from fourth to first. Still not too much occurring at this point of the race. Wickham, Smith, Matthews, Metters, Chown, Sadiq, Kumeta. And then Lovell, Reeves and Dyson will be your top 10 at this current point of the race. 1 minute 15 remaining on the clock. And the battle's still continuing on here. As there are a lot of drivers with very steady gaps at this time. So not a lot of under pressure going on. The only pressure that we have at the moment is what Matthews is giving to Maxim Smith. Will he be able to get ahead with only about 40 odd seconds remaining? I think we might be on the last lap here. Coming up to the last lap here. So Matthews just under a tenth and a half for the gap. And I'll lie about that. 22 seconds. I'll get the right camera angle at some point. With 20 seconds remaining, we still get another lap in this race. But Matthews really putting on the pressure to Smith. So from the top end we come down towards Billy's. We're on the last lap of this race now. So down at the hairpin is where second and third is. Smith and Matthews. Towards the top bend, though, is where our race leader is. And ladies and gentlemen, coming to take the checker flag. At the end of this one is Joshua Withcomb, and then followed by Maxim Smith and Matthews, who was unable to get ahead at the end of that one. Then it's Metters, Chown, Sadiq, Kumeta, Lovell, Dyson, then Reeves for your top 10. And top novice goes to Sammy Churchill at the end of that one. But there we go. That is the Junior Rotax Heat 3 finished. And we move on to the next one, which is Interax. Dewey Hockridge and Charlie Hobbs on the front row. So there we go then, ladies and gentlemen, formation lap here for Interax. So here we go then, as they get all around the horseshoe. So from the top bend and down the main straight we come. And it's a false start. So back round again we go. So top bend. Still fairly quick. And again, false started. The officials not too happy with how quick the starts have been going. So see if they get it the third time a charm. And they've managed to do it this time. And we're underway for the Interax for their third heat. As it's side by side for the S's. What a race down into the S's. It's put the 78 on the back foot a little bit. So out in front is the 43 of Stanley Stafford. To go from the top end, a mildly aggressive start there. So Stafford, followed by Fisher, Banks, Hockridge, Kaplan, Hobbs, Clark, Birmingham, McAllister, Blackman, and then Lord. So spreading out quite quickly at the start of this race. As we come back down the main straight for these drivers. Still your same top five. Stafford already pulling out a 1 second gap at the start. That's the 81, 39, 78 and 88. So Kurt Kaplan out there with the fastest lap of 37.38 as he is trying to charge out ahead. He's currently in P3 with the 78 and 39, I think, behind him. So tussling for position as we go around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Very different lines between a couple of those there. 39 is in a fourth position. As Hawkridge is gone into the pits. So one driver down from this race. And Stafford with a 1.5 second lead. Your top four relatively close. Stafford, Fisher, Kaplan, Banks and McAllister. But with 3 minutes to go, it is a flying through quick, this race. So second and third starting to close the gap here. Being Fisher and Kaplan. He is charging as quick as he can to try and get to Stafford, who's currently 2.2 seconds up the road. Kaplan really trying for the inside move, but at the moment is stuck behind Marnie Fisher as we go towards the top bend. There goes Stafford in front. And into Billy's we are. Kaplan right on the rear there. Fisher a little bit twitchy as through goes Kaplan. So it'll be Stafford, Kaplan, Fisher for your top three. As we go towards the top bend once more, just over a minute to go. Kaplan hopping over the S's there. Fisher trying to stay on his tail. As there is your leader of Stanley Stafford. Don't forget some great prizes up for grabs for the Interax here. First place will be getting a set of tyres. So last lap then for Stafford. Kirk Kaplan's ahead. 3 seconds up the road though is Stafford. A huge gap there to kick-start this one off. As we inch closer to the finals in a good couple of minutes time. Believe there might be a bit of a break before we go for the finals. But, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight is your race leader and a race winner. 43, Stanley Stafford takes the checkered flag. followed by Kurt Kaplan, then Marley Fisher. Tyler Banks 4th, Casper McAllister 5th, Charlie Hobbs 6th, Bertie Clark 7th, Jay Birmingham 8th, Jack Blackman 9th. And last but not least, Harrison Lord in P10, with our only retirement in this one being Dewey Hawkridge. Right then, the last heats of today, and that's going for the senior Rotax. Jamie Burt and Sam Mitchell are on the front row for this one. And you can scan the QR codes for any results that get published throughout this race day. Right then, the formation lap for the seniors is underway. So let's see what sort of drama comes from this one. Eight minutes on the clock. So from the top bend and down the main straight, let's get going for the senior Rotax. And they are underway for the last heat of today. So around Billy's we go through the S's and down the back straights. The 51 lead in this one. Down into the hairpin. Still very tight and a lot of 2x2s. 3 wide for the entrance of the hairpin for a moment there. Very brave for all those drivers involved in that one. But to the top bend we go. And let's get your running order as follows. So is Burt, followed by... Timing screens are froze again. It's a disaster. Followed by the 75, then the 14, then the 25. Then the 38. Sorry, as it always slowly updating here. Contact warning given to Ellis Warlock. The 25 stuck behind the 14 there. As we go to the top bend and come on down the main straights. Seems like Burt and Mitchell have managed to get away from the rest of the grid at the early doors here. So a couple of drivers flying down onto the inside. 3 drivers overtaking there, the 12, 17, and I think that might have been the 48 on one driver there. So Burt with a 3/10 lead. Arthur Thacker just setting the fast lap of a 34.46. And in second position is Sam Mitchell, just 3/10 behind our leader. Let's see how this one plays out. As we go around the hairpin and towards the horseshoe, the 38 stuck behind the 61 is Daniel Try. As we come down the main straights here. So Tribe getting ahead of Pope, and Maben ahead of Cox and Warlock. As yellow flags down at Billy's. As it looks like we might be having a retiree. No, he's managed to keep going. As the 88 not happy there of what's happened. Very tight in that midfield it was. So continuing on the race here. Still out ahead is Jamie Burt, followed by Mitchell. And Thacker slowly trying to catch on to the back of these drivers. So we come on all the way down. Through we go for another lap here. So the gap is closing to Jamie Burt here. As we're going around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. Thacker is closing the gap as well. Thousandths last time out. So contact warning given to Daniel Tribe as well. As he gets ahead of Jamie Bradfield. And another overtake for the 61 as well as we go through the S's. He's ahead of the 25. Making 2 spots up in quick succession here. So around the horseshoe we go. And just well over under halfway here. As the mechanical flag is out for the 74. I believe it might be for that rear bumper. And it is indeed. That bumper is well and truly dragging. So your top 8 is still unchanged. And in fact, Jamie Burt, his lead is decreasing slightly. Sam Mitchell trying to close that gap as quick as he can. The time is slowly running out for this one as Arthur Thacker is about 6/10 behind them too. So down the main straight we come. Well, there's 2 drivers so far in this race, Henry Swanson and Cameron Crockett. And with 2 minutes remaining, the battle at the front is starting to close up. And quite literally, as Sam Mitchell is right on the rear now of our race leader, Burt. So down the main straight. And the 75 right on the rear here. What's he going to do at Billy's? He's behind just for now. Through the S's. Down the back straight. Tribe slowly coming to this party as well as we go towards the top bend. And as we get towards a minute, just over a minute to go. But Mitchell Thacker Tribe. So down in towards the hairpin. Mitchell right on the rear, sneaking down the inside. It's real close between the two. Mitchell even given the old rowing technique to try and keep ahead, but unfortunately he stays behind as we go towards the top bend here. And as we come down the main straight, the 14 and 61 are well invited into this party as down the inside goes Mitchell on Bert. Bert loses not one but two positions as the 14 of Arthur Thacker has taken advantage of that move. And we have a mix-up just before the end here for our front spots. So, contact warning given to Sam Mitchell, mind, 75. Not as clean as it looked from a distance. As we fly on through here. Last lap, Sam Mitchell, Arthur Thacker, Jamie Burt. That's how the lead is at the moment. So down towards the hairpin. Burt going defensive on Daniel Tribe. Around the hairpin towards the horseshoe here. And towards the top bend. And then, ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag. That is going to go out to Sam Mitchell in the end. Followed by Arthur Thacker, Jamie Burt. That's your top three. Fastest lap goes Daniel Tribe with a 34.11. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So that is all of the heats completed here. And that can only mean one thing. And that thing is at break time. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the break. We'll be back at 3 p.m. So, get ready as we'll be having some interesting finals. So, we'll catch you all back a little bit later on. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We're back. Everyone's back. Adam Mills is probably back. Watching. You better be. Right, let's go for the grid then for the Rotax Cadet final. And it's going to be Ethan Coupland and Oakley Riggs on the front row, both with 88 points apiece. Then it's Oscar Churches and Arthur Kaiser. Then Maria J, followed by Louis Lovell, and then Max Tomzit. So the finals, by the way, are 14 minutes plus a lap. Alan's still watching. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. Whoa. We are live on Facebook still as well, and if you do want to check out any of the results to get a spoiler on what the positions are going to be for the grids, then scan the QR code and you'll be able to check that one out before we do here on the YouTube live stream. So as we're waiting, I watched the new Twisters film last night. It's brilliant, that film. I am a bit of a Storm, like, love that sort of type of films. But yeah, we should be hopefully starting real shortly. This is very much a 3 p.m.-ish. There's always an ish when it comes to restarting a bit. But here we go, finally. We go for the formation lap then for the Rotax cadets for their final time this weekend. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We are slowly getting ready to kickstart off the Rotax cadets. 14 minutes plus a lap. Let's see how this one plays out then. So, getting ready to rumble. So, from the top bend, down the main straight we get ready to kickstart off the Rotax cadets. And we are very much underway for this final 14-minute start from here. And leading this one, they were joint on points. It's Oakley Riggs and then followed by Coupland. So, coming down the main straight then, ladies and gentlemen, is your running order. So, Riggs, Coupland, Churches, Kaiser, Lovell, then Maria J, then Max Tomsit. So, around Billy's, through the S's, and then down the back straight we go. It's the WC, followed by the 43. And once again, very close between the two of them. Oscar Churches is in this list as well. As those three have put on quite a show today. As we go through to the right-hander. Contact warning given to Ethan Coupland. So Riggs still leads this one. As we go through the S's, down the back straight once more. Very close between the WC and the 43. Riggs almost going defensive there, going into the hairpin. The gap was just a tenth over the line. And a moment ago. As we go up towards the top end. And come on back down the main straight once again. So 14 minutes to play with. It's going to be one of those, are we going to go all out to begin with or all out a little bit later on? But Coupland's trying for the now as Riggs really closes the door before the S's and stops the move that Coupland was going for. And that's invited Oscar Churches straight into this second position that he was holding. And as you can see there, Churches are very much ahead of Coupland with 7 on the grid. 2 trophies are up for grabs. And Riggs at the moment having one of the 2. But it could all change. We've still got loads of time on the clock. So much racing to be had in the next 11 minutes. So into the hairpin once more, a little bit further back, Kaiser and Lovell. These two have been jostling for position in the heats. So good to see that they're still with each other once again. Lap times between Riggs and Coupland very much the same, but going for the lead is the 18 of Oscar Churches. He dipped it on the line and he's got ahead to begin with. Churches out of nowhere here in the first couple of heats. Wasn't looking like he would be challenging for P1, but indeed he is. Riggs trying for the inside and stays behind though at the end as Oscar Churches is the one leading the way. Coupland in third, just outside the trophy positions. 10 minutes remaining. As they come on down into Billy's once more. The WC going for the inside, but the gap doesn't open up, but just shoots him wide and opens the door for Coupland. Coupland sneaks up into P2 and Riggs down into third. But will it be for long? Well, we shall find out as we head into the horseshoe now, where Churches is leading by just a minute little bit. Fastest lap is with Oscar Churches, our race leader, with a 40.63. So going defensive, Churches. Coupland and Riggs are still sticking on their tail quite a bit. As the wind speeds pick up a little bit up here at Clay. Could that affect what's going out on track? As we go towards the top bend. And we come down the main straight once again. Coupland right on the rear of Churches, forcing Churches to go defensive into Billy's. Will the door open? It very much isn't at the moment. Churches just managing to keep it not too much of an issue for the time being. As we open ourselves into the exit of the hairpin here. Towards the horseshoe. Coupland very much on the rear of Churches here. And as we enter 8 minutes, we enter into the zone of where our first race, our heats would be starting. So once again, Churches still going defensive into Billy's, but has it opened the door? Coupland sort of opened the door, but once again he's pulling out just before the entrance of the S's. Just protecting that second position at the moment. Like I said, there's only 2 trophies up for grab for the Rotax cadets, meaning you'd want the first or second positions for now. So towards the top bend we go. We come on down the main straights yet again. But from the Rotax cadets, at the moment it's just these 3 playing the current game of jostling for position for P1. It's the 18 that still is maintaining that lead, but is it for long? Coupland's on the inside, and just like that, at the hairpin, is ahead of Churches. So Coupland up into P1, Churches second, Riggs still in third position though. As we go once more around the 815 meter track. So there's the confirmation of changes there between those 2. As we go through the S's, down the back straight, looks like Riggs is starting to get onto the back end of Churches. As Churches has gone defensive into the hairpin once again. Which will lose you a couple of tenths, but not too major in the battle. As we go up towards the hairpin. We come on down the main straight yet again, 5:50 on the clock. And still loads to be had yet. The gap between Arthur Kaiser and Louis Lovell, about 3 tenths between those 2. As the weather is holding it off for us at the time. 19 degrees. It's definitely warm. But 2 tenths is the lead that Coupland has. Oakley Riggs has a contact warning given. That is the one of 2 contact warnings given to our front runners here. So as we come on down, nearing 4.5 minutes to go. Coupland is the one still leading the way with the fastest lap of a 40.40. Matched by Oakley Riggs, by the way. So very identical times out there. There it is on your screens for you all. 4 minutes to go. And don't forget, you can scan the QR code on the right-hand side of the YouTube live stream. That will take you to all the results that have been published so far if you want to get ahead of what's going on for later on in these races. So the gap at the front is still 2 tenths. As we go through the S's down the back straight, the 43 is the one leading this way. So we go into the hairpin once more, 3.5 minutes remaining. As we go towards the top bend. Down the main straight once again. Still the same for your top 3. Riggs last time round setting the best sector 3 time. .90 for sector 3. That runs from the gate, pedestrian gate at the top of the circuit, which you can just about see on the right hand side of the screen, all the way down to start finish. So coming down the main straight once again, 2.5 minutes remaining. And it is very tight still for these 3 drivers. Who is going to end out on top as Churches has gone for the lead again. This time Riggs has followed through for the S's. And a big mix-up for the top 3 as it's now Churches, Riggs and Coupland. Coupland losing a couple of positions there in the space of 1 corner. As they say, you snooze, you lose, but on this occasion, you still battle on with much of what's going on. Can't be comfy at the moment. As we come on down the main straight, Churches is the one in the lead. So around Billy's we go, through the S's, and down the back straight we go. Riggs holding on to this second position at the moment. Coupland now just outside the trophy positions. So down the main straight we come once again for the Rotax cadets. And what has been such a great final to begin with here. 40.39 is the fastest lap. Oakley, Riggs and Coupland both have the same second fastest lap of a 40.40. These drivers are driving so similar to each other. So around the hairpin we go. 45 seconds remains. Still charging through. And once more to the top end. So down the main straight, 30 seconds remaining. We go on to the penultimate lap here. Penultimate, if you don't know what that means, it's the second to last. So Oscar Churches only has 2 laps to defend that P1. So let's see how this plans out, because Oakley Riggs is being defensive for Coupland. So around the hairpin we go, through towards the horseshoe, side by side of the exit between Riggs and Coupland. As we go through buttons towards the top bend, and we come on down, ladies and gentlemen, to roll out what has been 14 minutes of racing. Is all down to this last lap. So into Billy's. S's. Vital you make 0 mistakes on this last lap. Going for the charge down the inside. The gap's not big enough though for Riggs. Church is still ahead. Coupland still just unable to get past at the end there. Through buttons. It's going to be a drag race for the finish. I can see that already. So coming down the main straight, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be close. But it's all still the same. Ladies and gentlemen, what a race. Taking the checkered flag. Oscar Churches takes the win. Oakley Riggs takes second. And then Ethan Coupland third. The lap times are just crazy. For the fastest lap was a 40.39. And the second quickest was a 40.40. Both set by Oakley Riggs and Ethan Coupland. So further on the grid then, Arthur Kaiser came fourth, Louis Lovell fifth, and then the rest of the grid just flying on through now. Just a reminder though, you can check out the results through the QR code as soon as they get done. And don't forget to head over to Instagram for the Instagram Live trophy presentation. Right then, let's go to the grid then for the Honda Cadets. 6 drivers once again, 2 trophies up for grabs. And this time it's Oliver Ratton and Luke McGowl on the front row, split by only 1 point. And in fact, the whole grid is just 1 point between one another. That's crazy. 85, 84, 83, 82, 81, 80. So there it is. Oliver Ratton and Luke McGowl are on that front row, like I said. As we wait for them to come on out, like I said, scan the QR code and you can head over to the results for Alpha page to check out all the results as they get published live. There's Bertie again on the bottom of your screens.
Welcome to Bertie Watch. Today, he's chatting. As you can see, he is getting his mobile telefication device and laughing with a couple of girls. Thinking about his next move on track, and his excitement comes around. He's back on his phone, scrolling through the gram.
Well, anyway, let's go to the Honda Cadets then. Oh dear. Right. Oh god, that's getting flipped. Oh, Jeffrey Johnson in his Ford t-shirt. There he goes with his one glove.
Lovely.
Right then, let's go for the formation lap then for the Hondas here. As we get ready to kickstart off this race for the final time for the Honda Cadets here. So, coming down the main straight. We are very much underway. I put the wrong one on. It's starting and we're underway for the Honda Cadets in their final. It's side by side through the main part of Billy's. And by the time we get to the S's, out in front is the 57 of Eddie Duncan. As we go into the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And we're very much at our second position driver, number 12, which is Charlie White. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. Running order on the left-hand side of the YouTube live stream as per usual. So, like I said, it's froze again. But it is Charlie White that now takes the lead as we go through the S's, followed by the 57 of Eddie Duncan. And there's some more movements going on down there, down the inside once again on the inside of Duncan. Who is that in the blue and yellow? It's the 22, that being Oliver Ratton. So towards the top bend we go here. Down the main straight, a lot of these all over the place for the grid. Some taking the inside, some on the outside, but it's a 22, 12, 15, 57 for your top 4. Could have changed already as well as, nope. It's going to revert back slightly as the 57 manages to get ahead of the 12 again. Charlie White's actually down a couple of positions here through Billy's. So leading the way is the 22. And that, I believe, is the 15 of Luke McGall in second position. And it is indeed, with Eddie Duncan right on tail. So from the top bend, down the main straight we come. Nikita Roberts at the back of this grid, but very much fighting. As Charlie White at threat here from not one but 2 drivers. As he's stuck on the outside, will Roberts be able to follow through? And she does not at the moment. White's managing to claw back that position from the 72 of Thursfield. So your top 3 and your bottom 3 as such split away from one another. So your top 3 all within half a second of one another. And then the rest are about a second later than that. So down the main straight we come here. And with the opening couple of laps here has been pretty much flat out action from all of the drivers here on the Honda Cadets. There are your gaps between each driver. So McGall's the one that's actually leading the way now to Oliver Ratton, as there was a change between the 2. So through buttons towards the top bend we go. And once again, still staying the same at the moment. The 22 though, right on McGall's tail. Will he wait for a move to occur? Nikita Roberts right on the rear of the 72 as Charlie White down in 6th position. So your top 3 still unchanged, your bottom 3 still unchanged. As we have under 10 minutes of this race still yet to go, plus that all-important last lap. So through the S's, down the back straights, keeping in line with each other through the S's. We're taking a very similar line there. As we go back around the horseshoe once again. White quite far behind, I've noticed. About 4/10 behind Roberts at the back there. White with not a lot of pace compared to normal. So once again, your top 3 still unchanged, bottom 3 still unchanged. As Ratton's trying to close that gap and Nikita Roberts trying to see a gap form for her battle down in P5. And the ultimate goal really is just to keep with one another and just keep flying on through this race. So yet again, still no changes from these drivers out on circuit at the moment. McGall just maintaining that lead for now. As we go into the hairpin for our race leader. So down the main straight we come yet again, and once again still no change from these drivers. Fastest lap is by Oliver Ratton, set on lap 5. We're on lap 10 now, and relatively the same lap times between the top 3, as Nikita Roberts and Finley Thursfield are battling for position once again. It looked like Roberts had a slight lead then for a moment. As we go towards the top bend, Charlie White's dropped about a second behind the grid. So still no changes from these drivers at the moment. Ratton really trying to find the spot to overtake, which at the moment McGall's just not letting that go. So as they come on round once again, McGall, Ratton, Duncan, Thursfield, Roberts, White. So, like I said, 2 trophies up for grabs for the Honda Cadets, and it is 1 in 4, just as a reminder. So, McGall, Ratton will get a trophy, and at the current time, Duncan would as well, being the top novice. If he does get into the top 2, he does not get a second trophy to go along. Meanwhile, Nikita Roberts is ahead of Finley Thursfield, just going into the horseshoe there, just off camera. So we should be able to maintain that one. We'll keep an eye on her as we carry on through. Just over 5.5 minutes left of racing to go for this final. So there's the change for you on your screens. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Ratton's really eager to make a move forward. You can see where the way he's placing his kart for now. His positioning. This could be a last lap battle that we are waiting for. And that is about 5 minutes away. So once again, we're back down into the hairpin. Nikita Roberts has made a slight gap between herself and Thursfield. But your top 3 are just not unsticking from each other. There is no moving these 3. Ratton gone faster for the fastest lap of 41.35. Lap 12 set. A couple of laps ago now. So through the S's, down the back straight we go, with Luke McGall still leading the way with over 4 minutes remaining. Anything could happen as we fly through. Ratton about 0.08 behind. It is currently just a waiting game to see what these cadets can do. It's a shame we do not have more Honda Cadets. There's always great racing in this field. But as a lot of us know, the Motorsport UK stuff sort of going away from the 160s. and possibly aiming towards the 200s. So that's where most have gone. But it's great to see these 6 still battling on in the 160s, showing that these are still very capable for competition, as always. So down the main straight we go. Through biddies, the S's, and down the back straight we go. There's really no stopping these 3 at the moment. It is so close between them all. Those gaps are just absolutely nothing at the moment. 0.08, 0.18. Which is definitely less than that now. Ratten's so eager to get ahead. Patience is key. 1 minute 50. Just the patience at the moment is incredible for these top 3. Keeping an eye on these. Duncan getting ever so closer. The first sort of opportunity there. Just on the exit of the hairpin, side by side for a brief moment. That has formed a gap at the front though. So down the main straight we come once again. 50 seconds. Everybody's eager to see what comes of these 3. There's got to be something coming for sure. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. 25 seconds remaining. It's going to be close if we do squeeze out an extra lap in this. So we're going to be squeezing another lap here. 10 seconds and they're well and truly going to pass the line. So here we go then. The penultimate lap of this final. Squeezed out with just less than 10 seconds remaining through the S's down the back straight. The clock is at 0. Here we go. As the 22 looked for the inside, it was more of a defensive situation there. As we go towards the horseshoe. 15 still maintaining that lead. Top bend is where it's at. And here it is, the last lap of this race. So, McCall defensive into Billy's. Through the S's, down the back straight. A few gaps have formed between our competitors at the front. Again, McCall defensive, making sure that no gap forms. Duncan carefully staying out of sight, having a bit more pace there. Side by side of the exit, but Ratten has that inside. And I told you it'd be a sprint for the end. So here we go then, just similar to the Rotax cadets. The checker flag is next. And taking the checker flag for the Honda cadets is going to be Luke McGall, followed by Oliver Ratten, and then Eddie Duncan. And at the line it was 0.08. That was consistent between those drivers there. Fantastic racing, well deserved. Luke McGall first, Oliver Ratten second. And not a disappointing day for Eddie Duncan, still getting a trophy for that top novice. Alright then, ladies and gentlemen, to the big one, and it's the Junior Rotax final with Joshua Withcombe and Yarrick Metters on the front row. Joshua Withcombe with 90 points, the next one along is 70 odd. Someone with a very superb day there. Will he be able to maintain that P1 though? Here they come. Ah, that's Reese Pope. Watching him from the sidelines. And just a reminder, whilst this formation lap is underway, don't forget you can check out any results that get published throughout these races by scanning the QR code here. If you're just tuned in, you've just missed out on both cadet actions, which you can rewind either here on Facebook or on YouTube. And don't forget, if you are a new supporter and you come regularly to these YouTube live streams and haven't subscribed yet, create a YouTube account if you haven't done so already. Hit subscribe, it's all free. And you'll get notified when we publish extra content to the YouTube channel as well. Meanwhile, with all the self-promo out of the way, we get ready for the formation lap to complete for the Junior Rotax, and we get ready to fly away with the juniors for their final 14 minutes plus Junior Rotax. Hey, that sounds familiar. So, chair is well and truly out of the way for this one. Let's get ready to rumble. So, Junior Rotax is going to be underway. And it is well and truly underway as we head on down into Billy's for the first time in this Junior Rotax race. There's a driver stuck right on the outside there from the front row. And that one being the 53 is it's a bit of carnage. A bit of a car park going on. As the S's claims a few. But down in front, I think it's the 29 out in front there, leading this one. A couple of drivers out of this race early doors, unfortunately. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the main straight. Let's get your running order, as long as the timings don't break. And they have broke. Right, so unfortunately the 11 there, that's a wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. That is a that's a bent axle if I've ever seen one. I would not be driving that back. Surely that's got to cause more damage. That's one in Trinity, that driver's day over. Be a bit of vibrating, innit? Anyway, distractions aside, Joshua Withcombe's leading the way. And it's real tight from third downwards. As down the inside goes the 30 on the 21. That's Maxim Smith on Archie Dyson. As I believe that is Kian. Is it Kian Downer? It might be Sammy Churchill's out of this one. As he plops away down into the pits. Contact warning given to Karthik Kumeta, the number 95. But hey, here we are. Joshua Withcombe's leading the way. Hani Sadiq in second position. Number 62, very much at threat by Karthik Kumeta, that number 95. Maxim Smith there in the background in fourth position. Towards the top end we go. as the whole field flies on by here. Fast lap at the moment is going to our race leader with a 35.26, and that 1.6 second gap now is tightening up in second and third, with Maxim Smith at the back of that one for P4. So as we come around the horseshoe here, fifth position still has competition as well, so we'll keep tabs on this front runners. But Withcombe is away by 1.6. So 2 seconds now the gap, but Hani Sadiq still the one leading that one for second position. And like I said, Kometa's just hanging on in there as Maxim Smith almost looked like he budged out of the way, but I cannot confirm. But the 95 a little bit further back now. As Maxim Smith given a contact warning, so it definitely must have been forceful there. But nevertheless, we continue on this race. Kometa down in P6, 5. So around the hairpin we go, through towards the horseshoe. As Kometa on the inside there, trying to maintain position as best as he can. As we get away from blur vision, down the main straight we go. Smith still in third, but not anymore, as it looks like we've got a competition between the three. Someone's trying to make it 3 wide. That's not going to work. Side by side through the S's. The 21 just hanging on to that outside there. Archie Dyson trying to keep it there. I thought something flew off a cart then. It was just a pigeon. A clay pigeon. So, blue flags are at the ready for our first back marker for this one. I say like there's going to be multiple. But blue flags are out for our back marker. That is the 26, I believe, of Kean Downer. As we go through the S's, down the back straight. The gap, by the way, is nearly 3 seconds for the number 29. So, Maxim Smith. There's been a collision down at the S's. Between, I believe, 3. Kometa's involved in that one. Someone's got a saw back. Only caught last wing of that, unfortunately. Driver's okay, though. So there goes to 29, our race leader already flying on through. Maxim Smith second, Meta's third, Dyson fourth. Meta's making a recovery drive after the start. Pepperell in fifth. And it looks like it was the 62 of Sadiq, Kometa, and Max Chown, which I think it's the 62 of Sadiq, who's unfortunately retired out of this race here, from the looks of it. Such a shame, as he was quite high up there, losing 14 positions and down the running order there. So, Withcombe, a whole 3.5 seconds ahead of the road. As that field sort of spreads out a little bit, as we are nearing the halfway mark of this race already. That has flown by. So lost 2 drivers so far, that being Sammy Churchill and Hani Sadiq. And there goes your race leader there, the number 29, Joshua Withcombe, who's had a great day so far, scoring quite very good points through his races. Doing a 35 dead on his last lap time. The wind very much picking up here at Clay Pigeon, so it's affecting the camera ever so slightly. So 7 minutes remaining. Withcombe still leading this by a whole 4.2 seconds. some sort. You can hear the carts grounding out on the track at points. So it goes Withcombe over the line to head it into Billy's. And then followed by our back marker and a few others. Timing screen's just freezing for the moment. Max Level given a contact warning. There's been a few contact warnings in this race so far. So we've had Max Level. Gametta was given a mechanical, so we've lost him as well. Alfred Matthews, Maxim Smith, and Garvey Gametta again, but that's a contact and 7 mechanical. So a few warnings given out today as our leaders are running truly into Billy's. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. The 30 followed by the 53. Meta's really closing that gap now towards Smith. Through the right-hander towards the top end. Still 4.7 gap to fill though. So we head into Billy's. 53 on the inside. Is it going to be a switcheroo? And it won't be because the door was slammed shut. There was no getting past Metas there. Metas up into P2. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe yet again for our second position driver. The 26 for Kian Downer is a back marker as blue flags are once again given to the driver. So there's the changes there for you all. So just over 4 minutes remaining. Your leader is Joshua Withcombe with a 5.8 second lead. And Meta's just getting into second position a lap ago. There's still plenty more racing yet to come. And we'll be still here doing it. Just a reminder as well, results, if you do want to see any, will be available via scanning the QR code. And you can check that one out. Or if you don't want spoilers, don't check it out. And tune into the Instagram Live trophy presentation a bit later on this afternoon. Like I said, it's on Instagram Live at Pigeon Kart Club. All done live as well. Right then, back to the action here at the circuit, and it's very much the 58 going over the line there. It's very much our race leader of the 29, Joshua Withcombe, as he's already overtaken a couple more back markers here today. The 74 and 67 of Leo Steed and Neve Allen. They have their own little race near the back of the grid, whilst the front runners starting to fly ahead. Matters in second position. Smith managing to stay with him though. There's not too much of a gap going on. About 3/10 was the gap on the line last time out. So still very much still there with it. But let's see how this plays out. Still about two and a bit minutes to go. Don't forget, if you do have any support for any drivers for the last couple of races here today, then make sure to pop it into the YouTube chat. I do get to see it. If you are watching on Facebook, then head over to the YouTube live stream. That's where I'll be able to view your support messages. It's a bit easier to view them through that one. Back to the racing though. 27 just getting ahead of the 16 there. Alfred Matthews getting ahead of Lucas Reeves down at the S's. At the good old popular spots just before the S's. As their little battle in the midfield going away. Matthews given a contact warning as well on that one. So 2 minutes remaining. Meta's still maintaining P2. As going into Billy's there. Pink helmet. That one being... I think that might be the 13 of Izzy Lawton. As down the inside goes Matthews. And gets ahead of Lawton, but does he manage to keep it stuck in? He's got the inside for the horseshoe, and indeed makes the overtake at the horseshoe there, unfortunately just off camera. So top 6 already gone over the line once again with a couple of back markers in that one. But Smith has really managing to stay behind Metters here. Metters not being able to get any further ahead than he was behind. But Withcom's just gone 6.69 seconds ahead of the road. So 1 minute remaining then of this 14-minute final. What will we see near the end here? I know for sure who already has one, unless I will jinx it. I don't want to. The 29, Joshua Withcomb, is the one out ahead, running 7.17 seconds ahead of any of the other drivers out there today. A very good day for the driver, and is probably the biggest gap we've had for a leader for this round. Round 8 showing off some big gaps here. As go over our second and third drivers. 3/10. Smith managing to stay within 3/10 of Metters. Trying to see where the 29 is. There he goes. Through the horseshoe there. Towards the top bend, because, ladies and gentlemen, there's only 4 seconds left, which only means one thing, and that means we are leading towards the last lap of this race. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for the final lap here. Going over the line there goes to 58 as well. Jensen Cox down in 15th position. But here we are. It's about between Metters and Smith. That gap 4/10 this time round, though. So will we see anything between those two? It could be an anticlimactic ending. But not much from those two. But through the horseshoe we go. And coming up to the top bend, we better keep an eye out for our winner here. Checker flag just about managing to go out there for Joshua Withcomb. He takes the checker flag. And out the end there, a little bit blurry, but that was Metters and Smith for that running order. Dyson takes 4th. Pepperell 5th, Ambrose 6th in the end, Matthew 7th, Clark 8th, Lawton 9th, and then Lucas Reed will round out your top 10 of a pretty decent 14-minute final from the junior Rotax. A couple of retirees of Karthik Kameta, Hani Sadiq, and Sammy Churchill. Sammy Churchill after a lap 1 incident, Hani Sadiq quite a fair bit into the race, and then a mechanical for Kameta. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is it from the junior Rotax. As, oh, there we go. There goes Pete Thomas. Go on, Pete. And good old Jeffers. Going for the recovery. They're off for recovery. The crazy duo. There he goes. There he is. Pete Thomas. Rotax in disguise. Anyway, to the grid. It's Interax time, and this is where it matters for the Interax because there are prizes up for grabs. Tyres, cart cover, and a surprise for these Interaxes. There is definitely a way to go, and 3 trophies up for grabs. Let's see how this one plays out. Stanley Stafford and Marley Fisher are on the front row. Then we've got Kurt Kaplan and Tyler Banks on the second row, with Casper McAllister and Dewey Hockridge on the third, Charlie Hobbs and Jay Birmingham on the fourth, with Jack Blackman and Bertie Clark on the fifth, and Harrison Lord on the sixth and final row at the back there. Up in 90 points there for Stanley Stafford. As we wait to get underway. So we get to the right camera angle eventually. Nobody watching this one. I say nobody, there's one. That I can visibly see, that you can visibly see from there. There's many more elsewhere. Here they come, the troublesome duo.
Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right.
Shame it's not over the tunnel. I probably could have. I could have got a response and a half from him. I remember the last time this commentary went over the tannoy. So hopefully we'll be getting away real shortly here. Don't forget to scan that QR code if you do want to check out any of the results. So here we are then, the formation lap for Interax. So we've had a couple of spinners already. And my watch has given me the news nobody wants. Light rain soon. And it's going to fall for the seniors. Yeah, the crisis diverted. Hopefully that stays away from Clay Pigeon. But, as we know, Clay's a rain magnet. If it says it's going to rain, or there's a small chance of rain, it's just going to rain. In other news, I don't think my bladder's going to hold on for another 14 minutes. So I'll watch the start of this one, ladies and gents. The first lap, and then we'll, I will have to depart momentarily. No puddles on the floor up here, thank you. Right then. From the top bend and down the main straight. Here we go. For the Interax final. So out in front there is the 43 of Stanley Stafford. As we've got a lot of darts going down the inside there and a big backwards slam into the tie wall for one of the drivers there. As we go towards the top bend. And we get ready to kickstart off your running order for the first lap. And we'll have to quickly depart. So Stafford, followed by Hawkridge, Kaplan, McAllister, Banks, Birmingham, Lord, Blackman, Clark, Fisher. And it looks like Fisher and Hobbs have retired already in this race. Right, we're back, and it's Stanley Stafford, the one that's leading the way on this race, followed by the 78, then the 88. So just coming in back with 10 minutes remaining. And two retirees from lap 1. Marty Fisher and Charlie Hobbs. Fisher, I don't know if it was Fisher or Hobbs in the tiled for a moment. But all carts recovered. And away we are. So Stafford in the lead with the 7/10 by 7/10. As we come on down the main straight here, Stafford believe in winning most of the races today, if not all the races here. As we carry on through, and it looks like the 78 of Hawkridge has disappeared. And indeed has disappeared from the track somewhere. Oh, and has retired down the back straight. That's why we couldn't see him for a moment there. So that means Stafford leads to Kurt Kaplan, to Casper McAllister. And then Tyler Banks for 4th position here. Rather spread out for the Interax grid. Fast lap at the moment is Stanley Stafford with 37.24. No other driver in the 37.2s just yet. There's a couple of quad bikers fly down the behind the fence. So 1.7 the gap. As Casper McAllister sticking up to Kurt Kaplan here, who's in 2nd position. A bit of a snap braking oversteer there. So we go around the horseshoe, through buttons and towards the top bend. As the race somewhat quieted down here, but McAllister is absolutely flying to keep that gap, to close that gap to the 88. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe. And up towards the top bend we go as we start approaching the halfway mark of this race. So as we are approaching the halfway mark, if you do want to check out any of the results that have happened so far today with our other races as we near the end of this round, then scan the QR code and you can well and truly find out who has won their races after it's all been finalized with the appropriate management of the race. Or you can wait until the Instagram Live, where you'll find out all the results just as I do myself. So back for the racing side of things, 2.3 seconds is the lead that Stanley Stafford has. And it is a waiting game between Kaplan and McAllister, as those two are the closest out on track at the minute. So around Billy's we go, through the S's, and we get ready for another lap. Lost 3 drivers in this one so far. Dewey Hockridge being the most recent. 7 laps ago. And then Marley Fisher and Charlie Hobbs on the opening lap of this race. So McAllister then right on the rear end of Kaplan now as we go into Billy's. Through towards the S's and down the back straight. Kaplan managing to claw a bit of extra leeway through the S's. Possibly more calm, but uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we have something that was due not just yet, but rain is starting to fall here at Clay Pigeon. Hopefully it is just this. But ladies and gentlemen, this is going to throw the race right into a weird position. Hopefully it does stay off. I've got a couple of drips on the windows here. So we'll see if the track gets affected much. It is not coming down as much as I thought it is. So that's good news. And the times are relatively the same anyway. Probably a couple of tenths off. Hold off rain. And I don't think it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is coming. The rain is well and truly coming. Not what we want for the end of this race. 3 minutes 34. Of course, it ain't a race meeting at Clay without a bit of rain. But not affecting the race as much as at the moment. We're still playing on through. Stafford's still leading the way. As fortunately, the rain, not affecting the track as much as there are very light drops here and there. And you can just about see it on this camera angle as well. So down the main straight comes our race leader, Stafford. And then followed by Kaplan and then McAllister. This is where driving on slicks in the wet weather does help. But hopefully this rain isn't going to affect the race too much. Really promising. I do talk about the weather a lot, don't I? Apologies. So 2 minutes remaining. And we are on drizzle mode for up here at the moment. Still 18 degrees. As McAllister has caught up to the back again of Kirk Kaplan. So through to Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. Track's going to be quite warm. Just put that out there as well. See a glimpse of the weather flying through this camera angle here. Blue flags are out. 48 seconds remain. So 20 seconds remains here. Stanley Stafford has a 2.6 second lead. And Kaplan's still ahead of everyone else. When I say everyone else, I mean Casper McAllister. As we got an extra lap in this race here. Squeeze out by the 43. And it looks like the rain is holding off ever so slightly. Unfortunately, we will have to have a couple of blobs on the screen. So last lap then. And before the rain can get any worse, this race will eventually finish. So, down the back straight we go. Around the hairpin. Towards the horseshoe. Buttons. And then towards the top bend. Ladies and gentlemen, to come and take the checker flag with a not crazy race and not a wet race either. Taking the checker flag, Stanley Stafford, followed by Kurt Kaplan, followed by Casper McAllister. A very good day there for McAllister, who won't be our top novice. Our top novice is actually going to be Jay Birmingham, because the top three all getting trophies. So very well done there to McAllister. One of our speedy novices here today. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen, that's Interax done. As we lead off to our next grid and possibly a wet race as well. Which you probably won't, because it's not raining that hard. If at all. Fingers crossed it is raining. There's no other way to put it. Sam Mitchell and Billy Edgecombe on the front row. Let's see how this one plays out. Typical weather.
Could have just waited. Could have just waited a few more minutes.
Is it slippery? Right, here we go then. The last one of today is the Senior Rotax final, and it is slippy in places. So we'll see how this one plays out. It looks like the weather is still coming down, but I think most, if not all, of the grid are on slicks. So this could make a interesting and potentially slow race, depending on the weather conditions. Yes, it's been dry all day, but it's raining. Typically for the seniors. If you have just tuned in, then you have missed out on all of the finals but this one. So you can always rewind or find out the results by scanning the QR code on the right hand side of the YouTube live stream. And if you haven't subscribed yet to the Clay Pigeon Kart Club YouTube channel, then please do. It's free, and it really does show us our support. We are aiming hopefully for 1,000 subscribers, if not 900 by the end of the year. Please, thank you. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready for this one. It's 14 minutes plus a lap, plus potential rain. It is spitting at the moment. That's why there's a few watermarks on the screens. On your screen. No, it's not on your telly. It's on my screen. It's on my screen too. So my vision is slightly impaired. That's not. It's always impaired. Alright then, towards the top bend we go. As for the last time for round number 8, and for the last time for the Senior Rotax for this race day, we are underway for the Senior Rotax final. Into Billies we go. The track is still somewhat dry. Through the S's, down the back straights, Billy Edgecombe leading the way. To 25, then the 75. Down towards the hairpin. And it's a big park for third position. As the number 12, I think that was, in third. We'll find out very shortly through the official way. So it's Billy Edgecombe, followed by Rufus Flan, Charlie Cox, Sam Mitchell, Jamie Bradfield. That's your top 5 that's updated so far. So through the S's, down the back straight, the 25 leads the way still to the 12. Contact warning given to Ellis Warlock, and the number 76 down in 11th. As we do have a driver out down at the Billies. So yellow's out at Billies, which is going to throw no overtaking in that area. It's going to hold off the positions, even though the 61 and another driver as well both did overtake at the yellow flag point. But it's the 22 of Billy Edgecombe who is out. After a great start there, he is out of the race. So the yellow flags are still out at Billy's. It's a static yellow, which apparently the 61 does not understand. So carrying on this race here, lead in the way. It's still very close at the front. It's the 25 followed by the 75. Although I still can't find the right camera angles apparently. Contact warning given to Charlie Cox. as we go around Billy's, through the S's and down the back straight. As we go into the hairpin, there's something's happened there. As the 75 in the tie wall there. So top end down the main straight we go. So through the S's, down the back straight we go. Yellow flags are still out here. As unfortunately there, the 75 gets underway. Daniel Tribe given the contact warning for that one, so not a very good race from him there. Nevertheless, still going through this race here. 25 leading, but not by much, to Daniel Tribe, then to Charlie Cox. So around the horseshoe we go. Through towards the top bend. As it looks like the 61's retired. So that is Tribe out of this race here. And that is his race over as well. So around the hairpin towards the horseshoe, the players opened up very slightly between the 25 in the first position with the retirement of the 61. As the 12 goes for the inside, it was very small, but he's managed to make it fit, but it's a switcheroo. Well, the classic switcheroo as we go through the S's down the back straight. Also, the 14 getting ahead of the 88 there, Arthur Thacker. Once again, getting ahead of Cameron Crockett. So swift moves and quick moves being made here for this race so far, but yeah, top three's real tight still as we go through towards the top bend once again. And then towards the top bend, we come down to the main straight. Look how tight that is. Can't give you the gaps at the minute as the timing screens haven't updated just yet. Looks like a squeeze down the inside. Possible move here. And it is indeed. 12's ahead of the 25. Around the hairpin we go. It's still very close at that front part there. And it looks like that drizzle from earlier was just literally the tiniest of drizzles. So towards the top bend we go. And down the main straight. So it's Cox followed by Flan. It's real tight side by side for quite a few drivers here. And at the front of that one, it's Arthur Thacker, the number 14. Flying on through. And around the hairpin we go. There he is in second. I think that might be the 17 in second. No, it's the 88, but he's got a broken back bumper there. And it looks like we might be losing another driver at the end of this race. Before the end of this race even. So around through into Billy's we go. Through the S's, down the back straight. As the mechanical flag is out for the 88s. So down into Billy's we go. So there's a lot of tyre screech then. I thought somebody had spun. So just over 6 minutes remaining. Cox leads by quite a margin now, 1.5 seconds, followed by Arthur Thacker, then the 17 of Jack Maitland. So there is your race leader there going over the line. A couple of drivers going on through there. As on the inside is Bertie Wellesley defending off his position. That is P4 for Bertie. As we go through the S's, down the back straight. Crockett is still out there. So going around towards the right-hander, towards the top bend. And it looks like the 88 has now retired. So far in this race, we've lost Cameron Crockett just recently, Daniel Tribe, Jamie Bradfield, and then Billy Edgecombe. And Sam Mitchell, who's carried on this race. And fighting back up the top spots. So there goes our race leader there, Charlie Cox. Contact warning given to Ellis Warlock. Still playing through this race here. The 40... The 48 there. Hanging on to P4. In front is the 75 of Sam Mitchell, which is a back marker. But not interrupting the race at all. He's actually still got pace to stay out in front of these. So I interrupt the race too much. As right behind him is the 45. So through the S's, down the back straight we go for those drivers. Under 4 minutes remaining. So Thacker looking in second position with a very fast charging Jack Maven here. Currently about 9/10 quicker that previous lap time. As the day slowly draws to a close here. And a very drama-involved final for the seniors. There we go then, less than 3 minutes remaining. So blue flags are out for the 83 of Chris Jones with our So then just coming up to 30 seconds remaining. We're getting another lap into this race, and there's not been much going on for the last couple of laps. But Maidment is well and truly coming into the... to close the gap to Thacker. But we're closing up for this penultimate lap here. And we missed the moment, unfortunately, between Maidment and Thacker, as they have swapped positions. But the last lap is here, the last lap of this one, and Maidment went deep at Billy's. Thacker's back up into second. So towards the top end we go. And ladies and gentlemen, taking the checker flag, it's going to be the 12 of Charlie Cox. And then followed by Arthur Thacker, then Jack Maidment. So there we are. Cox, Thacker, Maidment, Wellesley in fourth. Flan, Pope, Warlock, Swanson, Martin, and then Mitchell. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, that is all for this round. A busy day it has been with a threat of rain, but it just had a few drops. Nevertheless, that is it for today. Thank you all very much for watching live here on Facebook or on YouTube. But for now, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you all next month for round number 9 as we get closer to the end of the season. And we'll be live a little bit later on Instagram for the trophy presentation.